Hello, everyone, and welcome to our first semifinals night of the NASPA Tournament of Champions presented by Scrabble GO. I'm Morris Greenberg, and I'm here with expert Scrabble player Josh Sokol. How are you doing tonight, Josh?
I'm so ready. We're already at the semis. It's amazing.
I know, this week has flown by so fast. As a reminder, while all the quarterfinal matches were best 3 out of 5, the semis and finals are all going to be best 4 out of 7. So we're at a minimum going to have 4 games. We could have up to 7 games tonight. Let's look at our competitors. So we will see Jason KELLER face Cecilia Lee tonight. They both played excellently in their first match. And so let's start with Jason and see his path to the semifinals. So as a reminder, Jason swept Lisa Odom 3-0 in the opening round. He had a lot of great bingos. Words like ripiest, billers, oogenes, soprani, dimetric was a great find. Farsies and cistern were his bingos there. He was also scoring a lot with the power tiles. One great example of this was Hafiz in the first game for 69 points. So even though Lisa got 3 bingos that game, Jason was able to eke out the win because he just kept on scoring. And for him, the best defense is a good offense. He allowed a bingo at the end of the game twice in the 3 games he played there, but he had a large enough of a lead at that point to still win the games. Josh, what were your impressions of Jason's first 3 games?
Yeah, very, very powerful plays, just continuing the scoring, continuing the bingos, and if that continues for him, I don't know. We might see something just as incredible tonight.
So let's see some more of what Jason had to say before the tournament.
I'm Jason KELLER from Princeton, New Jersey, and I love playing in tournaments because it's like my professional sport, and I love the people who I've met through tournaments.
As a reminder, go to scrabble.zone/info to learn more about participating in tournaments or watching more tournaments. Let's now go to the other competitor tonight, Cecilia Lee. So she also had a sweep in the first round, sweeping Eric Tran in the opening round. And she had a lot of great bingos, too. She had Suberize, Coward, Invents was a really cool play that we saw come up. Trainee, Vivaria was a beautiful find, and Resolin. And she took a lot of risks in her game. She really threw down the gauntlet with plays like Hag, which set up Invents to make Hags. And Eric couldn't do much about it. She just took risks and got the right tiles after and just pounced on the opportunities. Also, one other really impressive thing about her first 3 games is she was really cool under pressure. She won 1 game with only 2 seconds left on her clock, and if she went over, she actually would have lost the game. So, really impressive stuff. Josh, what were your impressions of Cecilia?
Oh, now I have under pressure in my head. Yeah, Cecilia played very dominant 3 games against Eric Tran, who was at that time and still is the reigning Canadian champion. So once again, if she goes 4-0, I would not be surprised. And yeah, let's see what happens tonight. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, well, we should also hear from Cecilia, so let's see what she had to say prior to this match.
I'm Cecilia Lee from San Francisco, California. I love playing in Scrabble tournaments because no 2 games are ever the same. We have 26 letters in our alphabet and the same 100 tiles in the bag, and each time they come out in a different way. They yield different situations, different things to learn and analyze each time.
Go to scrabble.zone/info to learn more about the tournament scene. Also, remember to like and subscribe to the YouTube channel. I guess before we get to the games, Josh, what are you looking for in a match of Jason versus Cecilia? Do you think their styles will play off each other? Do you think they'll contrast each other? What are you expecting here?
I don't know what to expect, honestly. I think both players are relatively unpredictable when they need to be. What I'm expecting is just some awesome Scrabble, and that's what we've been seeing for the past 4 days already. Yeah, it's been an awesome tournament.
They all blend.
Yeah, two sweeps are now facing each other, and yeah, someone has to lose.
That's true. Yeah. You can only sweep for so long until you face someone else who also sweeps people. So we'll see if one of them sweeps in 4 games, if it's a bit more competitive than their first round matches. But let's go to the players now. So we see the match just starting. And, good catch by Jason to make sure to play the North American Dictionary. And he starts with AADEISV. Definitely close to some bingos. Josh, what do you look to do here in this sort of situation?
Yeah, I want to get rid of my V and I want to get rid of my duplicate A. There's a couple of ways to do that. You could play AVA, VIA. You could even play Diva or Avid. I'm thinking one of those 4 plays will come down here.
Yeah, at first I thought when you said AVA, I'm like, that's a word, and then I realized you were spelling out Ava. And I thought you said AVEA, but no, that is not good. So it looks like he might be looking at Diva now. Maybe he liking to set up his S here. Right, Diva can take an S. It can also take an N, though. So there is a bit more risk than the average word with one pluralization. It takes 2 back hooks. So
definitely the most aggressive of the 4 options, and to be expected from Jason, who, as we said, is really just an offensive player. not in the
not he doesn't offend us, but he plays offense. And it looks like he's going to have magnets if Cecilia doesn't block with the Divan hook to make a double instead.
He's definitely gonna hit her next turn. But let's focus on what Cecilia has here. Some weird tiles, 2 O's, GK, J. Those really don't go that well together. I think she's going to try to get rid of at least the J. She can even just play Jukes, JOOKS. I think that's what she's about to do, which looks like the play here, honestly. And they're finding these plays extremely quickly, as expected.
Yeah.
It's hard to keep up.
Yeah, I would also even consider Grox there, just because you might be able to set up the J with that. Because OK is a word and you're keeping JO. I don't know if there are that many JOA words, though, so that probably wouldn't be my final choice, but I definitely would be thinking about, is there some way to set up the J on that?
We do know of one JOA word that was played a couple nights ago.
Yes, we apologize for the mispronunciation. We said Joanne's, it's Ioannis. So apologies for that. But yes, that is one of the few JOA words. And so it looks like Jason is going to be playing Magnetos now, which isn't quite as many points as Magnets as a double-double, which Cecilia blocked, but he'll still take the bingo any day.
Yeah, he's showing his inner X-Men. I wonder if it's Magneto.
Oh, is it? Yeah, that could be.
That's how they pronounce the X-Men character, but
right. I just always read it as Magnet. Oh, right. So
it's an interesting thing. Yeah, as Scrabble players, we tend to pronounce words as they will be remembered. So if you want to remember how something is spelled, you might change the pronunciation or alter it to your liking so that you remember the pattern of letters. So hey, I don't even know if it's the wrong pronunciation, but it doesn't really matter in the game of Scrabble. You don't have to pronounce your words to your opponent.
Yeah, and we also see in the chat that John Chu did confirm that Ioannis is the only 7 or the only Ioannis. Yeah, that's the only word with JOA. So good find, Josh.
It was Cesar. I give him all the credit. So now Cecilia kept the G and the R, which are not terrible tiles to keep, but she only drew 1 vowel and drew duplicate ends. So once again, I think she's looking to, as we say, dump a few tiles on the board. I'm not really seeing much. I wonder if we can pull up the Quackle.
I'm guessing interface. Fawn off of Magnets making OM and NA would be up there. And yeah, we can see that is Quackle's top choice in valuation. Just because even though RNGS is 4 consonants, if you pick up a vowel or 2 with that, you're in pretty good shape. Especially an I gives you ing words. So it definitely is a flexible group of 4 consonants, if any group of 4 consonants. So I'm guessing she's probably going to go that route, though she might be focused on the J if she thinks Jason has a decent chance of scoring a lot of points there. that would kind of be the spots on the board I'd be looking at.
Yeah, we could maybe see something like jog or goes and jo. That's also, it's good to take that spot away.
Yeah, and Quackle also points out FOSS there, FOSS, as an option. I know we aren't big fans of getting rid of the S, but could be worth considering. It's 34 points.
Yeah, no, that's also a possibility. Looks like she is eyeing that spot, not contenting herself with a lower score at this point in her thinking. But this is definitely a tough position. You're already down early on, and there's not anything great to do.
Interesting. So it looks like she's probably setting up Frog now. She put down the OG already. She already once, I think at the beginning of the game, in the last round, she played Bathe, keeping NN. So I think she likes NN better than some of the other players. Or maybe I'm reading too much into that based on two turns. But she definitely feels comfortable, at least with that leave of double ends.
Yeah, you might be thinking, why not play Froze, FROS? But actually, that is not a valid word. And I was looking at this. She had her cursor over the end, so playing Nog over Frog has the added value of setting up a hook with her S. Snog is a word. So that could be something to consider here as well, and also removing the duplicate letters is always a plus. Yeah, I don't think she likes the leave of NN, especially considering after Bathe she drew 2 more N's, if you recall. So I think she's just trying to make the best play.
Fair enough.
She would benefit from playing under Magnetos, because little does she know, Jason has a nice play of owie. That's a new 4-letter word in our dictionary. Long overdue. Just an owie is just a boo-boo.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
he will be able to play that with MOAWGI and NE, and I think that will probably come down pretty quickly.
Yeah, so if he does play owie takes 4 front hooks. It takes a D, a T, a Y, and a Z. So Cecilia picked up a D, but she also picked up no vowels here, so she won't be able to take advantage of that right away, at least. But owie is actually... it actually is a board opening play, a lot more than you might think if you do an underlapping play like that. So it looks like he just put down the O now, so he is probably going to do owie. And so that will be a very nice bingo lane for a... Oh, he's trying cowie. Is that CSW maybe? The Collins dictionary? I'm not sure, but he is playing owie. And so for a D or a T, that's a really great bingo lane. It's going to be hard to block it, just because you need to play underneath that the word Jason created. You can't play over it. That would still leave it completely unhinged. Yeah,
and for Cecilia here, an exchange of tiles, which I mean costs you a turn and scores no points, might be the play here. She drew exactly what she didn't want to draw, but if you do think about it, if you're keeping 5 consonants, the likelihood of drawing 2 more, what is that, around 1 in 3?
Yeah, I'm not actually sure. I should know these things as a statistician, but I never want to say the wrong thing.
About that. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, you definitely also don't want to think about, 33% of the time I'm going to draw 2 more consonants and I'll be in deep trouble. But I'm just thinking
that happened, whatever percentage it was.
And it happened again. So this is unfortunate luck if you're Cecilia. Jason has 2 C's here, which sometimes actually is not too bad. Here, though, there's probably not too much to do with them.
Yeah, so he could take advantage of Mo's front hook of an E for emo. That could definitely be an option with him having 2 E's. it looks like Recane is another nice option off of the NE in Magnetos. That's a really slick idea that isn't obvious to see at first, but if he finds it, that'd be a great find.
Yeah, and he might be thinking, Cecilia just played 2 tiles, played 2 tiles again. On sets up a nice spot for an S. Might be sort of worried that Cecilia is close to something here. Little does he know, she doesn't really have anything, but he might be considering whether or not he wants to do something about the spot that was just opened by On.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I mean, On is a really juicy bingo lane if you think your opponent's holding an S. So, and when you're not holding the S, it's you could be playing with fire if you don't do anything about that spot. So, I guess what would be your way to try to block that?
Well, I probably wouldn't, just because I'm only ahead by 50 points. That isn't the only spot where she can get that 50-point bonus for a bingo. It is probably the most likely spot, but as you mentioned, the hooks on Owie, Dowie, and Towie being the most likely candidates for a bingo, because those are the R and the D and the T are bingo tiles. That might be something to consider as well. So I wouldn't block. I would probably just hope that she holds off for another turn, or maybe I draw something nice myself. So Recane did come down briefly on the board. He's definitely considering that play. I wonder if he does consider, if he has seen the other play that was recommended, CEE under Owie, MOCAWE and GIED, which is a really cool fit in, making 4 other words. That actually would probably be the thing that I would do here.
Yeah, I mean, the one issue with C there is you are making certain tiles, but you don't have super valuable in the game. You're making the K a really valuable tile because Mock, right, can take a K back. MOC Mock can take a K back hook to make the more typical Mock. So I think this route makes a lot more sense just because. Ooh. I mean, even if you draw that, wow, that's an unfortunate draw.
He definitely physically cringed there.
Yeah, I think Josh
Cecilia,
physically cringed too.
Yeah, I cringed at the cringe. It's Cecilia, though. I think she's more calm when she gets these draws.
Yeah,
I don't know if it really changes their psychology, but it's interesting to see how people react differently to what they might perceive as bad luck in our game. But at this level, it's really almost entirely skill. Every time someone loses a game at this level, they can always point to a few things that they did wrong, at least one thing that they did wrong that could have changed the entire course of the game. So although luck is something that we like to play around with and use to justify our losses at the top level, it's much less of a factor, and we try not to think about things that we can't control.
Yeah, I have a different opinion. Like, I agree that I can often make a better play, but after thinking about it, like, someone will have to lose a game. So if 2 players are both playing a perfect game, someone's going to be lucky and someone's going to be unlucky. I think I have learned to try to not be too hard on myself. Like, yes, there are some things I could do better, but often, even if I played that better, I still could lose.
For sure. But until you get there, Morris, until you get to the point where you're playing perfectly, I think it's unwise unless you're fine where you are. Maybe you're fine where you are. Maybe you don't want to get any better. That's totally fine. Anyways, it's very interesting. There's a lot of philosophical debates that happen about this particular aspect. And this is definitely not the time and place, I think.
Yes, for sure. No, we missed 2 turns. So Cecilia played Fret, which looked like a good move. Basically, her high-scoring option with all consonants, and it kept DNRS, which is a pretty flexible leave, even if it's all 4 consonants. and she's finally picked up another vowel now, so maybe she's going to be able to score a bit more. And Jason did exchange pretty quickly. I mean, if you pick up 3 I's and a U, you're almost always going to throw those back, unless maybe you have a Q on your rack. So both plays made a lot of sense. Not too much to discuss there, and we can focus on the current turn.
Yeah, so it's Cecilia to go since Jason exchanged tiles. Cecilia has refused to exchange tiles for the past couple of turns. Now her rack is getting better and better. She's getting closer and closer to something. And I think they're just, the 2 plays that people are mentioning in the chat are hand and hard, making HOS and AG above jog. Those will score as much as she can. Will leave really nicely with NST or RST.
I like this play, though, that she's making. Da was the play I was eyeing, just because the person needs an S to use the triple, and she has an S.
Or L.
There have probably been 2 S's played. I think that's a really cool idea. And we saw her do this last time, too. She played Hag to go for the triple with an S, and it was a bit riskier because there was 1 S out with not a lot of tiles left. But this looks like a cool idea, I think.
However, there is one more hook to DAH. Takes an L.
Oh,
and
of
Jason
course.
actually has that L. So I don't know. It might have been a risk worth taking, but mentioning that there are 4 more letters that can hook that word might tilt the scale a little bit. However, Jason might not even utilize that hook here. He can play just FUR, fur, above DAH. You can do that, and that'll leave some nice tiles for him, and will mostly block that opening that Cecilia's just made. We're seeing Fluter as a suggestion at 4A. So that makes the word emo and and raw. That's above Magnetos, and that scores as much as he can score here. Oh, this is even cooler.
Curette?
Curette. That scores even more than Fur does, and this is something that Jason does want to do is score and continue to score. And we've mentioned that he's definitely very good at that aspect of the game. And at the end of the day, if you score more points than your opponent, you're going to win the game.
Yeah,
So
it's a cool idea. I wonder the choice of Curette over Qlet. You can swap out the R with the L, and given that 2 of the R's had been played at that point, and as Josh mentioned, none of the 4 L's had been played at that point. It's interesting that he chose that. I guess, what advantages on this board does the L have over a letter like the R here?
Nothing really. It's probably a slight improvement to play a Qlet instead. But nothing to sneeze over. So Cecilia has drawn an X, but also 2 vowels. So she was obviously worried with DAH, although it's a very strong play, keeping very nice tiles. If she drew even more consonants, that would definitely be a problem. But this is interesting. Mox.
Yeah, so it looks like she's trying to open the board a bit. She's considering Moxa, and does leave a good leave. I guess, is there nowhere else to play? Like, she could do XI off of the F in fret, for instance, if she wanted to keep kind of that 4 consonant 1 vowel leave. And it looks like she's looking at that now.
Yeah, and it's being simulated, and it's the second play right now, behind Towie and Tix for 26. The benefit of XI over Tix is that T actually really, really helps the A, the N, the R, and the S. So long as she draws 1 more vowel, is an almost 100% likelihood that she's going to draw bingo. So maybe not 100%.
Nah, you need another vowel. But if you get another vowel,
yeah, I'm saying if you get another vowel,
got it.
It's very likely you'll get a bingo down. So because of that, the 12 points, and that's a lot of points, 12 points sacrifice might actually be worth it here. We're seeing the plays are very, very close in valuation after the engine has done its work. So I think this is a great play if she plays it.
And I think the other thing this does is it complicates the game for your opponent. After a play like ticks, your opponent will often score in that spot, where in the spot that ticks creates, whereas this actually kind of closes down a key spot. So Cecilia has drawn into some bingos here. So while Jason plays one of those 4 owie hooks, zowie, and makes zip, is what he's thinking about right now. She's going to be able to play a bingo off of the on S potential hook. So there's words like pastern. I forget all of them though. Trepans and traps.
Parents.
Yeah, and arpents, right? Are those the 5?
I think there might be one more.
Is there a 6th? Yeah, I forget. But meanwhile, Jason does have flamers, which that's one of those 7s that I need to always remember. Is that a real word or am I making it up?
I like it. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, but either way, it's not going to play.
Yeah.
Unless she somehow gives him a spot for it. I don't see how that's possible.
Yeah, I don't think it is possible.
Yeah,
so it looks like she's going to go for pastern potentially, which is interesting because that will
flamers.
Yeah, but okay, she opts back for parents.
I think that's a very apt move for being a parent herself.
Yeah, that's right. So she has parents set up again, which looks really strong to me. I mean, she's going to be down by a few points here, but I think you don't want to go for broke here. There's still a lot of game left, and playing conservatively right after a bingo is probably a good idea because you're drawing 7 random tiles. So you could draw from the worst end of the spectrum, and you don't have any good tiles to pair with that. So I like the idea of playing a bit conservatively here, even though you're down. And then when you have the good tiles, that's when you strike.
Yeah. So as we said, flamers will not play here. He can still play flamer under parents for basically the maximum score. Maybe fames is more points. Or fleam actually. Okay. Fleam is 40 points. And flamer is 41. So he might just want to play all of his tiles and keep that S, which is just a great tile to keep. But there are a lot of options for Jason here, honestly.
Yeah, and this is when you start to think about neither blank has been played either. And we can see there are 42 unseen tiles, so that means there are 35 in the bag. And so if, like, after a few moves, no one has a blank, that's when you really just want to start doing something called turnover, playing an extra tile or 2 to just increase your probability of drawing a blank. So it looks like he's not going to go for broke here and playing off all of his tiles. Instead, go for flap right now is what he's considering. And will play now.
Really fast. That's really interesting.
But he is definitely in the next few turns, I'm guessing. If neither blank has been played, he'll start favoring those longer words more and more.
Yeah, flap is once again very aggressive play. Cecilia could just come right back with not just a bingo, but a huge play on that row that she has QI on right now. But hey, it's been working for Jason, and it's been also working for Cecilia to make these sorts of very aggressive plays.
So neither player has picked up the blank, which is interesting. So there, we just played 5 more tiles, so that means there's 30 in the bag, and 2 of those are the blanks. So basically, whoever gets those, if one person gets both, they're probably going to win. If they split, it's kind of anyone's game. So that's definitely something to monitor. And so Munster is available. It's a really hard find through the N and ons, making 3 2-letter words of me, un, and et, which is a past tense form of the word eat. So Munster would be a really hard find. I was not even paying attention to the possibility of bingos there. But
yeah, I honestly don't know if I would see that over the board. right now we're seeing it because our handy engine is showing it to us. But these are really hard finds. I mean, when you have a rack like this, ideally you're looking through every possible tile that you might be able to play through. So first you're looking at the F, then you're looking at the L. But after that, it gets really tricky. It's like, is there anywhere else I can fit 7 letters? And the only other spot on the board that really is reasonable is that N and on. So if he sees that N, he's gonna see Munster, I think, and this will be a very pivotal find for Jason's very important spot in this game.
Yeah, so this feels like one of those turning point plays that Josh talked about before, how these players, it's not a luck thing, it's a skill thing. It is really true that if you do see Munster in this situation, you are so much likelier to win than if you don't. And he puts the U down. Oh, but he's playing unmeet, it looks like. What a tease.
Oh, that's funny, because the U would be in the same spot.
Yeah.
Oh, well,
so
okay.
I think it's a good idea, though.
Cecilia.
Yeah,
Unmeet is a great play. If Munster isn't available, Unmeet must be the right play.
Yeah, so he'll probably get a bingo next turn. And he also blocked Niello, making QI and Pi. So it actually turned out to be a good defensive play for him in some ways. What is jumping out to you for Cecilia here?
So once again, you're looking through the tiles on the board to see what you can play. There is nothing here. That T might look a little bit juicy if I were to use a word that you've been using, Morris. She's close to non-elite, but she would need 2 N's rather than 2 L's. So the best she can do here is play underneath QI, score a nice 30 plus points here. And so that's obvious. I think that's an obvious spot to play on this board. I would not be surprised if a play comes down there pretty quickly.
Yeah, so if she's going to do that, we will see if Jason sees reshaven as an option, which could be for a lot of points coming up. So that's the only bingo I see through the E, but there could definitely be more. Definitely let us know in the chat if you see any more bingos.
Yeah, but I mean, can we take? I guess we can't zoom in on Jason's facial hair, but he has seen reshaven. It might be because it's a recent thing for him. It might not be. It might just be because he's a really good Scrabble player.
I think it's more likely the latter, but you never know. And so that is a key play. And if he picks up the other blank here, it's going to be hard. Or just really good bingo letters like he picked up. It looks like he's in pretty good shape now.
Yeah, that's a good draw for Jason. Cecilia, on the other hand, has way too many vowels. She's looking to get rid of at least one E in the Y. She can play YE up top in the top right corner, making YEH and ET. That's a decent option here. I think it's 30 points. Other than that, there's not too much to do in this spot. She might want to play YE above reshaven for 22 points. But I think that's a bit too risky and too easy to block. That would create a nice spot to play on the rightmost column of the board. But yeah, I don't think that's worth it here.
Yeah, so she just opened up the tile bag. I suspect she's looking at the number of vowels and number of consonants left, just because her highest scoring plays leave 4 vowels and 1 consonant. So it's going to be tough if she draws more vowels after that. So for a play like YE, you probably want to make sure you can draw into 2 consonants, and I think she seems satisfied enough for that. I guess, what is the ratio? We just had the tile bag open, and I should have been counting while talking, but I did not. But it looks like she went 1 and 1, so it's still not a great situation for her. Jason is now looking at the tile bag, probably looking what kind of letters can he possibly pair with 5 or 6 of his tiles, just because he's very close to a bingo.
Yeah, he might be thinking about that. Now he's ahead by 73 points, which is really nice. So he's kind of coasting here. I think a lot of things would make sense. I think what he doesn't want to do is to open a big spot for Cecilia. But we'll see what he decides to do here. As we did see, he makes a lot of gutsy plays. So I wouldn't be surprised to see something maybe like DO, DE, and ON on top of reshaven.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that I didn't appreciate at the time when Cecilia played Lino is it did block the F, and that could have been a key bingo lane for her, for her to come back in this game. So really now the left side of the board, if Jason does make a play like a dit that he just put down, that will be virtually impossible to bingo through unless you make a 9. And so we're really only going to be able to work with the left side or the right side of the board from here on out. I guess actually there's still the T in unmeet is an outside shot, is her one spot left on the left side of the board.
But you're definitely right. There's really not much to work with here.
Yeah.
We're running a simulation here. So the spot that Jason is considering playing in is the top spot recommended by the engine, but the best play there is a bit tricky. DIOL, making DA, MOO, and AWL. But he can also just play title for 30 points in that same spot. Once again, so many plays are fitting there. CEE earlier, and now even after the play of zip and flap, there are many options. That's our bread and butter, is finding those really cool fit-ins that just score so many points because you're making so many words with them.
Yeah, it's interesting. So I think he probably is thinking about a dit to block the F also. But I think the issue with it, and why it doesn't seem quite as high as these other plays, is AL as a 9 lane is probably more probable. I just realized that probably more probable, but I'm guessing there are more bingos available in the pool through an AL than through the F, given the constraints that Lino set. So AL is a really common combination for letters, and actually, are there 7 spaces above it? No, there will only be 6 spaces, so you need to play through it, not just to it. But I think that's probably why a dit is simulating a bit lower than some of these other ones. Just the AL is probably more prone to bingos than the F alone.
Yeah. Regardless of what Jason does, he's still in a very commanding lead here. Both of the times are ticking down a little bit. Jason is up around a minute over Cecilia. But he's going to start wanting to move a bit faster after this play. 12 tiles remaining in the bag. That means 5 in the bag, right? And 7 on the rack.
Yep.
Yeah, so I mean, things are starting to end here. But yeah, he's definitely going to want to decide. Donate is a very interesting option. That E in reshaven is definitely something that Cecilia will be X-raying for the rest of the game.
It's a clever idea. It's a really clever idea. And he picked up the blank too, so this is really good shape for him. But what that forces Cecilia to do is having to play, if she has a bingo, she'll need to make at least 3 2-letter words for it to fit now, just because...
on that side of the board, yeah.
On that side of the board. So, but Jason got a great pull there, and so he is now virtually a lock to win this game. I can't see anything that Cecilia can really do here to make a comeback.
Yeah, really not many options here. She's probably going to have to make some sort of desperation play. Hope that Jason has the really bad letters that she sees, like B, B, U, U, Y, maybe something like that, and make some sort of opening play. But it's looking very difficult here. She can play olive. I think that's just the play you have to make, especially since you're down by 91 points. Olive to the V in reshaven, making all those 2-letter words, will score 26 points and give her a fighting chance to win the game if she draws a bingo on the next turn.
Yeah, the second choice of Ealing is also a clever play through the N in reshaving. But Yeah, I think I prefer Olive. It's easy enough to close the entire side of the board after Ealing, whereas Olive, it's a bit trickier. You have to worry about potentially opening up the 15th column and not just closing down the 14th column after Olive. So I think that makes sense. But it looks like she's possibly doing a more aggressive move, setting up the E and the O, but Ag also takes an S, it takes an A. So Jason will have a Boolia here, assuming he sees it, and he's playing it pretty quickly. It looks like.
Yeah, and that'll be it. Yeah, tough game for Cecilia. Really well played by both players. Ealing, I wanted to say just a quick note. That's a really weird word because it's looks like a verb, but it's yield isn't a word. So just for you people at home, ealing is just one of those weird words. It just means to, I think, hunt eels or something, or to fish eels.
Oh, like eeling season or something? Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, but it doesn't pluralize or anything. So that's a cool tidbit.
Yeah, that's very interesting. But man, look how out of hand this game became. It was such a tight game within 10 to 15 points, and now Jason's up by over 160 points. It just really shows you how powerful drawing both blanks are.
Yeah, reshaven was a humongous swing. We thought that it was going to be important to see Munster, but luckily the blanks were still in the bag, and one after the other, they were drawn by Jason. So he plays Cecilia plays Uri, and yeah, it's really just academic at this point.
Yeah, so as a reminder, the North American Scrabble Players Association is the way you can get in the tournament scene. Visit scrabble.zone/info to learn more. If you want to download Scrabble GO onto your phone, just put your phone and scan it with the QR code at the bottom of your screen, and it will pop up with the download information. This tournament is being played for charity. Our two charities are the NASPA Foundation for Youth Literacy. The NASPA Foundation for Youth Literacy promotes word game play, and it helps promote things like teamwork, strategic thinking, mathematics, language, all that sort of great stuff. And lastly, Dolly Parton's Imagination Library is the other charity we're playing for. Dolly Parton's Imagination Library donates books to families with kids prior to going to school, and it doesn't matter on the income or anything like that. They are a need-blind organization.
Yeah, definitely worthy causes if you can afford. Donate was played in this game, as suggested. That would be awesome. And Cecilia has Lee on her rack, L-E, and she knows what to do with those letters. Plays tells for 12, and the game is over. As a reminder, this is a best of 7. This is 1-0 for Jason. There can still be up to 6 games, so it's not even close to being over. So I'm looking forward to game 2.
Yeah, and we're going to go straight into game 2. As long as the players don't need a break, we will reset the clocks. So we're getting set up for like the next 10 to 15 seconds. But yeah, I mean, those blanks were so key that game. And if Cecilia doesn't pull either blank, it's really hard to just come back there. So I think she couldn't have done much. And that's why I say, Josh, you can't like focus too much on like the little mistake you made or the little what if I did this. Someone's going to have to win. Someone's going to have to lose if both players are playing really well. I don't know.
Yeah, but the person that's going to win is me. Okay, Morris.
Okay.
I can't wait until we get to play again. All right. That's how I feel. Anyways, we're ready for game 2.
Yeah, let's get to it.
Okay, so looks like we might have temporarily lost Morris, but he'll be right back. So what are we seeing here? It's
Yeah,
Cecilia to go
sorry
first.
about that.
Oh, I was really enjoying my time alone, Morris. You didn't have to jump back so quickly. Mergaze, that would be so cool. So Cecilia immediately draws a blank, which she desperately needed according to Morris last game. And she could play mergaze, which is a really cool word. It's a food word. Lots of Scrabble players are big foodies. So I would not be surprised if she sees that really quickly. Otherwise, there are other options, Gumtree being one of them. That might be the only other option.
Yeah, I only saw Gumtree. I didn't think to make the blank a Z, so those might be the only two. And it looks like she's writing stuff down right now. So maybe she's putting the rack on her sheet of paper and maybe just trying different letters, like thinking, does an A go with these letters, etc. So it looks like she doesn't see at least some of these bingos right away.
Well, she might. Honestly, sometimes I've noticed that top players will see options immediately, but it won't seem like they are because they're just going through every possible blank letter to see if they're missing something. So it's honestly possible that she's seen both Mergaze and Gumtree, and she's just making sure there's nothing that's positionally better than one of those plays. And
Yeah.
as we were talking about, I think she is writing down the rack because lots of players are very visual, and being able to write down the rack they have, even though they can see it on the screen, will really help their minds, their brains to reconfigure the tiles in the right order. So she sees Gumtree, and that's going to be a really nice start for Cecilia.
Yeah, and so there are definitely a few different places where she could have played it. Josh, do you like this choice of placement?
I do. Points are good. Points are good. This is the only placement that doubles the M on the double letter, and other placements have their good aspects, bad aspects. But I think in this position, just taking the points is recommended. So Jason now has the X, but he also has a V and 3 N's. So how do you deal with this?
It's a good question. I mean, I'm wondering if he could do a setup here. Re and Rex are both words. So if there's any play that can achieve that objective, that'd be great. I'm not actually seeing Earn. I don't think is worth it for that. And I think Cecilia could probably guess his plan if he did a play like that. So I think exchanging looks fine here. It is interesting that he's keeping X as a leave. That's an interesting choice.
Yeah, it's very interesting. You were mentioning Earn under the REE and Gumtree, and what that would do is set up the X in 2 triple letter spots under the RE for next turn. But yeah, as I think we know that scoring so little points might backfire, and these players know how to score points, and I really like the exchange here. The X is very interesting, though. He's keeping the X because he sees there are 2 spots already to play it. But early in the game, you learn that the X isn't actually that amazing of a tile. However, here, he's trying excitate, I guess. Is that a word?
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't know for sure though. Yeah, so
I think it's excite. I think it's excite, Jason. But it's worth a shot. Like
yeah, we were really excitated to see whether that was a word. But
okay.
So the top engine recommended play is Axe, making LAEX and DE. It looks like a pretty standard play. So once Jason accepts the fact that Excitate can't play, I think he will opt for that fairly quickly.
Yeah, I mean he's definitely close to some things like auxetic, excited, but Axe next to bundled where he's about to play it is definitely the play here, and it scores a nice 43 points. So keeping that X does pay off. However, scoring a bingo is better than scoring 43 points. So it might have been slightly better to keep some bingo tiles last turn on the exchange, but who knows?
Yeah, and that will give lushing though, because axle is a word. So I mean, there was a spot anyways off of the Gumtree placement. She could add an S to that. So she definitely has availability for bingos this turn. Jason picked up both blank last time. Cecilia is going to have both blanks this time. And so we can see the power of the blanks pretty quickly in these matches.
Yeah, and definitely some options here. For Cecilia, lushing is a good find by my co-commentator, Morris Greenberg. I don't know why I felt the need to... Your name is right there. Well, not on this screen, but yeah, lushing is a good option. She can also choose to hook an S onto Gumtree to make Gumtrees and in-halls. She can play Sunlight to the T in Gumtree, and she can play Hurlings through the R. I was for a second there, I thought she might have a 9-letter word from LA, but unfortunately that was not meant to be. I love 9-letter words. How about you, Morris?
When I can find them, I love them. When my opponent has them, I hate them. So it's all what benefits me in the game. I think those are the words I like the most. What considerations would he be doing on these bingo turns? Just because these are all within 4 or 5 points of each other. Obviously, you want more points, but what other objectives do you look for when you know you're going to get a bingo and your leave doesn't matter that much?
Well, if I'm Cecilia, and I would be very happy to be Cecilia because she's already ahead by 61 points here, I'm looking for the option that makes it long-term and short-term maybe hardest for Jason to come back. So that could be in-halls. What in-halls does is it blocks that E in Gumtree, which is a really nice spot that Jason can come back for an 8-letter word hitting the triple word on the top or the bottom. It wouldn't block the bottom, but it's more likely he's going to hit from the top. So I'd be looking at the board after these options and just trying to picture it a few turns from now, see maybe what option might seem the best here. And it might be Hurlings. I don't know what it is, honestly. Everything's very close.
Yeah, so she looks like she's playing in-halls now. She might have not seen lushing also. That definitely is possible. It's a weird ing word. So she's putting it back on her rack, so maybe she still is looking. But I definitely think the idea of pluralizing Gumtree is a really solid idea. Just because you can play 7s, you can put a letter above the E or the last E in Gumtree or directly below, and that means a lot of different tiles can start a 7-letter word and play. So I think it is the right idea to block that area. Whether in-halls or lushing does that in a way that's more advantageous for you, I don't know. Lushing does take some front hooks, like flushing, for instance, and blushing. So that could be somewhat hard to deal with. So I think in-halls is a perfectly good option.
Oh, you're talking about lushing and Gumtrees. I was looking with Axel. That's interesting. I think I would probably play the Axel one before the Gumtrees one.
Interesting.
So I think another thing to consider, I mean, 7-letter words, preventing 7-letter words is really great when you're ahead like Cecilia is, but also 8-letter words. And what in-halls does is it actually allows a lot more 8-letter words. And we can see here that if Cecilia had played Hurlings, which happens to be my choice, that would have blocked all of the words that Jason now currently has with that R in Gumtrees. So it's obviously an anecdotal experience. Who knows what would happen if you did this 100, 1,000 times? But it is definitely something to consider to create all these spots. And yeah, Hurlings would have given this word back. I know.
Yeah, that was going to be my point.
Tell me in the
Nate would have come down either way. So it looks like Jason does have his response bingo, which is exactly what he needs if he wants to claw back from 130 points down. So he's now only 50 points down. But Cecilia is seeing a beautiful play of verbiage. Wow, what a good find. That was not on my radar. Through that G,
awesome.
it was very obstructed. So,
And now,
but it,
look at this in 2 turns. I mean, I think you're about to say the same thing when I interrupted you, Morris. But now there's so many spots to go on this board. I think echinated is good.
well, what I was going to say, I think that gives Jason another bingo. Isn't Tentorio a word?
Yeah, Tentorio is a word. And yeah, and I think now we're just going to see sparks fly here, honestly. If these players keep drawing these balanced racks,
Yes.
there's just a lot happening now on this board. There's the D-hook on echinate, making echinated, which is really, really big. That already hits a double letter score. You're going to be able to hit a triple word score. There's now that prime column with the en that verbiage makes that will go down to the triple word score if you have a 7-letter word there. And now after Tentoria, there's even more stuff going on. So now she's trying echinates, which is smart. You have to make sure that these things aren't words.
Oh, she has another bingo, Pyranos, through the R in Gumtrees.
Ooh. And you're not even looking there, to be honest, right? Like, you see this board, you're like, okay, this is like, what am I looking at? I'm looking at the spot with echinate. I'm looking at the spot that verbiage opened. I'm looking at all these other things, and that R in Gumtrees just seems so irrelevant at this point in the game that your eyes might not even look at it. And so this is always a good spot when the board is so open like this, when there's so many possibilities. You have to just like look very closely, like the whole board, just creep a little bit. I don't know. That might help sometimes. What do you think?
Yeah, I actually often go the other route. I often think, what 8s can my rack make? So I might see dyspnoea here, with a D is another word. And so then I might look what Ds there are on the board or what Rs there are on the board for Pyranos. Just because we saw in the last game, Munster was a really hard word to see over the board. And so if I first limit my search to look for specific letters, then rather find the right spots, I think I'm more likely to find even those hidden gems.
That's definitely true. That's definitely true. If you have
it takes more time though, because you go through all the alphabet. So
yeah, no, definitely. Personally, I guess this is just a difference because I feel like I'm not as good at finding those 8-letter words when I'm just quizzing myself. I always look at the board first, and that's very interesting. I mean, everybody plays the game of Scrabble differently, especially at the top levels. You'll see patterns that arise. We saw Rioja a few times last night. But yeah, the way to approach positions varies immensely, and that's just one of the other things that I love about this game. So spacey, it seems to be Cecilia's choice here. She did not spot Pyranos yet.
Would you play pacey over spacey here? Or is that way too risky?
Way too risky. But that's a very interesting idea to set that S up in 2 triple words. Now,
meanwhile, Jason does have the key echinated hook, so he is going to play
score at least 60 points, right?
59. So
one off this time. Yeah. I remember Cecilia playing height for 60, and I got it spot on this time. I was just a little bit off. I really need to get those quick scores going. I think those quick maths.
Yeah, I always need to count it out. I've never tried to intuit what the score could be. I just say count it, just make sure you know what the right score is, and don't worry too much about guessing it.
Again, this is really eye-opening. Like, there's so many different experiences
for how to play.
Yeah, I mean, what is this? Our 4th date, and we're really getting into the nitty-gritty here.
Yeah. So it looks like Jason also picked up the Z and the Q after what a poll of HQWZ.
Yeah, wow. That's pretty incredible.
I don't know if you want that on this board just because it is such an open board and you want to go for bingos in a lot of ways, but he can definitely score next turn. So we'll see what he does after Cecilia this turn. So she didn't get the most friendly draw for what she kept. What would be your objectives on a turn like this, Josh?
Poutine.
Poutine? It is delicious. I would not blame you.
It's definitely poutine. We both have a lot of experience with the city of Montreal, and this is just a perfect spot to play that Canadian delicacy. It's really, yeah. I mean, to be perfectly honest, it's not a great play. It only scores 20 points. You're keeping an O, which is a negatively valued letter. It's not terrible, but you always have to do what you can with what you've got, and I think that's probably the play here.
Well, she should be looking at the bag. I hope she does, because she might see there are 5 O's left and no more E's. So that would be something I would be thinking about. Is there some way to make a play where I could keep the last E in the game? Because it's super early to have all the E's gone. But that sometimes happens when you have this many bingos. It just is. And if you actually look, we're now simulating. As a reminder, how we arrange it before simulation is based on score and leave rather than board dynamics or tile pool variations. And in this case, it is better to keep the E and another vowel than play off most of your tiles and keep only one vowel. Just because I think the E is a really good tile, and you don't want to get rid of the last one of those.
Yeah, no, it's a really interesting thing. I did not notice that. So that's why we're seeing potion and option as options here, because they keep that last E and they get rid of those O's, which is a lot more friendly for the tiles that are to come here. That's very interesting. Maybe if I notice that, I play something else.
Yeah, so we have not seen her look at the tile bag yet this turn, so we really have to hope she does in order to even think about that. I know in tournaments it's a lot more natural to be looking at the tile contents just because players have to track things themselves, so they'll be, like in the back of their mind, they'll be tracking and just observing while they're tracking what the patterns of the tile distribution is, whereas here, it's automatically being done. So you might not remember to look at the contents of the bag. But it looks like she's playing potion without even looking at the contents of the bag, or I might have missed it, but I don't think she opened it up this turn at all.
Maybe she just counted the E's. Maybe she saw there's just E's everywhere. She's like, oh, what's going on here? And she just counted that all of them except one were played. So that's a really cool option. I kind of like it. A great play by Cecilia. And now Jason just has to contend with these massive tiles on his rack all together. But it looks like he has an easy option here of just whiz.
Yeah, whiz does score a lot.
In a whiz.
In a whiz. And it does give him a higher QI spot than anywhere else on this board. So it definitely is a good idea, but he's not got the most fortunate pull for him. Drawing IGOO with that is not gonna allow him to get back in the game quickly.
Though he's been able to really contend with those bingos and scoring plays, verbiage, in-hall, spacey. He's had really nice plays of his own, G Tentoria, and so he's only down by 34 points here. It's definitely a game. Cecilia with the advantage. How would you use that here?
Yeah, having the extra turn advantage is definitely really helpful to Cecilia here, because she scores enough with a play like Love that does give her a bit of a cushion. Even if Jason bingos, she could have a high enough scoring play next turn and still be right back in it. So I think
Love making Axel, as we were speaking about earlier. Yeah, that's actually a really great play.
Yeah, I mean, so it blocks the bingo options there. The only thing you need to think about is, Axel can be pluralized to Axels, and then you could go to the triple, but she's holding one of the last two S's, and it blocks so many bingos, which is kind of her worst case scenario here, that I really like that idea. It looks like, though, she's going to play Fuel instead, which is a riskier play. I would need to look at the tile bag a lot, and that's what she's doing now. So she might see the F and the W and the M as tiles that can go after the E for 2-letter words, and she might reconsider, although she's still fine with it. So that's pretty interesting. I wonder what tiles, I guess, what contents of the bag would make her not want to play that if not for those 3 available.
Yeah, I think, well, she's just seeing that both blanks are gone. There's no E left. It's very unlikely that Jason will have a bingo. And so if she can just continue to score, she's in great shape to win this game.
Yeah, and so if you're Jason now, I mean, you could play QI off of the I from Wiz, but interestingly, the simulation doesn't recommend that. Although I will say, in these sorts of situations, when you see 4% chance of winning, 3% chance of winning, there is a lot of noise attached to that, just because you need so many things to go right. And it could be that Cecilia will play in a much more conservative way than the engine would play a few turns out.
So here's the interesting stuff. So he has QI and tip. That's probably that's the T and the P, the T in Tentoria, the P in Potion. But the reason that Zoic and even Azoic are doing so well is, if you notice, there are 3 T's unseen to Jason.
Oh,
and
that's super cool.
If he's able to draw one of those T's, he will have QAT next to the I in Wiz for over 50 points if he plays Zoic, and a good
That's
46 points if he plays Azoic. And the only reason you might want to play Azoic over Zoic is just to increase the likelihood to draw one of those T's. So that's really cool. And I mean, it's also dangerous because there are 3 A's unseen to Jason. So Cecilia herself could just have a big play making Azoic. So that might tilt things in favor of playing Azoic himself. That's really cool.
Yeah, that's incredible. I mean, it's unfortunate for him that Cecilia has 2 of those 3 T's unseen. It's fairly unlikely from our perspective that he'll draw into that. But man, that's such a cool idea. And I would have never, it would have taken me a long time to think about a play like that. At the minimum, I might have just not found it.
That's a really cool play that really you really have to think about a ton of options to see it, because your first instinct is obviously to get rid of that pesky Q.
Yeah, so Zoic or Azoic, if he finds that, that would just be like, that would leave me speechless. I mean, it's really a tough thing to think about and see over the board. But yeah, that stands out to me so much now that you went over that, Josh.
And it's really interesting, as we were mentioning how Fuel is possibly a risky play. Neither player is likely to use that spot this turn. The spot next to the E in Fuel, which looks really, really dangerous. So Jason's going to play Cargo. He's probably going to hope.
Oh, and he drew the T too, man.
Wow, he did draw, but unfortunately, it doesn't work now. AZ, it's not a word. So no, but that's pretty cool. If you're analyzing this game afterwards, if you're Jason, you're looking back to the game, looking at Zoic and seeing that you drew the T, you might have some regret. So actually, okay, she is using the spot just because of how dangerous it is.
Yeah.
I was thinking she might play VOG, VOG, Vex, and Ode next to Bundled, but I think it's a great idea to just block that spot now. Just not give Jason another chance to hit it.
Yeah, although if you're Jason, I mean, how many tiles are there left in the bag? Because if you do play off the Q and the I now, you could be looking at potential bingos here. So, and there is a lane to come. There's still a lane, 2 lanes actually. One's really dangerous. So one's on column A off of the E in Verbiage and the N in Bundled. There are 7 spaces there. And there's another lane parallel to it on column J off of the A in Tentoria and the W in Wiz. So it's it's impossible to block both those spots simultaneously. So I think playing QI here makes a ton of sense. If he gets the right pull of letters, he might have a bingo in 2 spots. Something like Taproot might be available. Is there a P still out? Oh no, there aren't P still out. So I need to look at what other bingos there would be in the pool, but this is definitely, I think, a great idea for him.
Yeah, no, that's probably his best play. He didn't play QI last turn, interestingly, but this turn definitely that's enough of that Q. It's really the worst tile in the game, especially when the U's are gone. Was there one U unseen? Yeah. So I mean, I think he was just giving himself one turn to maybe draw that U, but after he didn't draw it, that's it. He's got to get rid of it.
So interestingly, Cecilia looks like she wants to block that spot now. One play I would consider here is TISK, TSK, just because there are so few vowels left. You might want to hold on to that vowel, but that might not. Oh, no, I was going to say she has TISK, right? TSK is a word. But no, there's only one K on her rack. Which would be really
luckily there's only 1K in the game.
Yeah. Otherwise, we'd have to check Scrabble GO's software to make sure they got the tile distribution right.
But no, they know what they're doing. So she plays Kit just to block that big spot, keep her lead, just to avoid some disaster scenarios. Even if Jason does have something now, it won't score nearly as much, and she'll hopefully be able to come back. However, she did draw some more consonants, and she was having that trouble in the last game, and it's come back to haunt her again. So this is definitely Jason's opportunity to make some sort of opening, because Celia won't be able to do much about it, but he doesn't know that.
Yeah, if we could see the contents of the bag left, that'd be super helpful here. Kind of try to visualize what he could fish for. It looks like he's playing Zoo pretty quickly.
Ooh, setting up Zoom.
Yeah, it's a cool idea to set up Zoom here. He's down by 50 points, so I'm like a play like Mall, which he drew into here. I'm not sure. Would that be enough? It scores a bunch.
If it were a word, it would score a lot.
Mon is the word. Sorry. Mule. That's what I was mixing up. MEWL and MAWN are both words. I accidentally combined the two. So I guess he has something like moral as an option.
Yeah. I think Cecilia is sniffing this out. She really just wants to block that big spot, and there's nothing much else to do with all those consonants. And this is a great play if she plays it. TORR. She has the 2 last S's, and that's the only hook to TORR is the S hook, and so that's a fantastic choice if she does choose to play it.
Yeah, I mean, the one risk is that there is still the column J bingo line, which is really easy to hit. So I would make sure that bingoing isn't that likely from Jason's perspective either.
Right.
So,
although even if you do make sure of that, it's very hard to block with all those consonants. So I definitely like this choice. Now Jason's going to have to contend with the fact that his setup was foiled. And he's probably going to hope that there's still an S unseen for him to draw, or that Cecilia is unable to make use of that big spot, because she is ahead by a lot of points.
Yeah, so we also set up his L a bit here, but it looks like he did not draw into a bingo. So if Cecilia empties the bag here, she will win if she plays something like Fossa off of Tor, FOSSA. That could be an option for her.
But what is there from her perspective? It's the U. It's Jason's rack plus a U and plus some other.
So natural.
Y. Okay.
There, natural. So she would want to block there. Yeah, I guess, is there any other bingos? I mean, it doesn't matter as long as you see one. That's a good thing to check to make sure that TORRO isn't a word.
Yeah. Yeah, there's also a big possibility of the word laniary, LANIARY, and axle. So wow, so the play Okay, I thought she was somehow blocking Lanieri there, because
Uh,
to block both natural and Lanieri, you have to play 2ER
Thanos.
or so, or yeah, you have to play something like Thanos, which is really odd because it creates a new lane. But she does not block Lanieri. Luckily, Jason did not draw into that. It was pretty unlikely, but her time was running down, and she had to make a decision.
Yeah, that's interesting. I wonder, is it worth it there to kind of do what Jackson did the other night? And wait, is Jason trying derailment or something? Yeah, I don't know what he was trying, but is it worth it for her to play only one tile since there were 2 tiles in the bag? She could have played off of Wiz. She could have played something off the eye.
Dentario could very well have been a word. Sorry,
Yeah.
that's really
A cool idea. Yeah.
Sorry, you were saying.
Yeah, I was just wondering out loud if it makes sense for her to just play off one tile there only and block the most obvious lane, but in case Jason does have Lanieri, you at least get an extra turn because she did have a bit of a lead. It could have been possible that if you play, like, let's say you play VAW, right, VAW off of the AW Victoria, that still blocks that lane, and it could give you a play like Fossa next turn automatically.
Yeah, that could have been an option. And these players, I mean, if Cecilia had more time, she would have been able to really do the precise math on that, because she knows how much Fossa scores, and she knows how much VAW scores, and she knows how much Lanieri scores. So it's actually just a mathematical equation at that point, which these players are very familiar with.
Yeah, so I wonder if that was the play there. I mean, Vans is still a great idea, just a weird word like Lanieri being available. That's so tough to see, man.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think. There's only a few ways to really block that. So yeah, you were saying playing 5 tiles to Taurs was a way to block both Lanieri and natural. Just have to make sure you're not creating another spot for natural, and maybe playing 5 tiles from the DE in bundled. So these are the things, as we saw in the matchup between Jackson and Cesar, that these players are very familiar with the board and just all of the spots on the board, and they know how to block these things. It's just a matter of whether they have time to see it and calculate it.
Yeah, and we see in the chat Eric Trans say, "I want to see 8 more minutes of phonies." If you don't remember, Eric spent about 8 minutes during his match with Cecilia trying phony extensions for jackets. So he tried things like grad jacket, I think dread jacket. He tried a lot of things like that, and none of them were words. And he even chose to not play re-jackets, which he did have, and instead make a higher point play. But it was an entertaining 8 minutes. So it looks like Jason could do maybe 6 more minutes of that. So at least we'll please one fan here. But
yeah, trail vans, that could be an option. I mean, come on, find your best possibilities in the chat. Anti and pin tip and anti, that would be interesting on the top of the board. I mean, I'm really good at finding phony words. I'm not as good as finding real words.
Yeah, I know. It's like there are so many more good phony words than real words. Why do they have to all be phony?
Yeah, I know, man.
Oh,
feels bad, man.
I just meant I can relate. Not yes, you are terrible at finding real words.
It's fine, Morris. It's fine. It's
I mean, having said that, no, I'm just joking.
But no, there's a reason I'm not playing this event. These players are well deserving of being in the semifinals. It's looking like it's going to be 1-1. So we're going to get at least 5 matches here, Morris. How do you feel about our chances as commentators in the next matches. You think we can do it? We can handle it?
I don't know. It is a lot of sitting. Like I definitely have to do like stretches in between the breaks. I don't normally just sit this intensely for this long. So I definitely appreciate those breaks, and I think I'll be able to last, but we can definitely monitor that.
Okay. Well, I'll be trying to take care of you as best I can. Cargo train. What are the suggestions in the chat? Anti-larvins. Oh, that's really cool. Cargo train was already suggested by Steve Grob. I'm sorry, I stole your thunder there. LA train zoo, or is that supposed to be pronounced that way? Exla train zoo. Oh, okay. Mentioning that doesn't quite fit. We're just having fun here. We know that Jason doesn't have anything, but Jason does not. So he's doing his due diligence here. And he's making sure that he's not missing anything that he might have. That's a bit crazy. But after a while, I think he'll unfortunately give up on this game. But yeah, these players have quite the heart. They're always trying to win, no matter how unlikely. And that's what makes them champions.
Yes, so in the meantime, just remember, if you don't have Scrabble Go on your phone, you can do so super easily if you scan your phone on the right-hand bottom side of your screen. You can get it downloaded today.
Yeah. And what else? What else can we say? I mean, visit scrabble.zone/info.
Yeah, to learn more about NASPA. We know that we normally love playing at the National Scrabble Championship, which would have occurred this month, but can't happen this year. We're going to try to do events like this in the meantime to try to bring together the community, watch some really good gameplay at a minimum, or even play some really good gameplay if you're able to make one of these tournaments. So as Jason is now considering talar and making mule, the word I was thinking of before when I said a phony.
Thanks for not repeating it.
Yeah, I know.
So Tala comes down. These are 4-letter words that are very, very useful in this game. Tala, talar. They're bound to come up at some point. So to everybody in the chat, learn your 4s, learn your 3s, learn your 2s, especially. Jason's playing Tala with the idea of REIN next to cargo next turn.
Very pretty.
And Cecilia can just play anything she wants at this point. Or maybe if she played nothing, she might have lost. But luckily she played something. She played soy for 26 and REIN.
With 2 seconds left again. So
2 seconds. Oh my gosh.
So Cecilia takes game 2. We are tied 1-1. But so far, great 2 games. Basically, though, the person who's gone the blank has been able to take those with opportunity and get the win. So we'll see if they split games blanks in the next few games, if it will result in other results. But any other final thoughts, Josh, before we go to break?
We have a match.
We have a match. So as a reminder, this is a best of 7 series. So since it's tied 1-1, there will be at least 3 more games if one person wins those all. But we could be looking at 4 or 5 more games if there's some splitting. Anyways, we're going to take a quick break. We'll see you guys in a bit.
if he's playing AI, he probably doesn't have any of those consonants. And if he just drew them, he's only drawing 2 letters. In the end, it does work out for Cesar. He pulls out the ridiculous 9 point, a disconnected 9 bingo. Very, very cool find for him to play.
Yeah, that's a flex on camera for sure.
Cesar just played a disconnected 9, and he played it in less than 30 seconds. Let's take another moment there just to, just be very impressed with that speed.
I don't see any other bingos right away, but Andy, are you seeing anything? Oh, wow. He's finding a sick word. He's finding... I didn't see this at all. What a good find by Cesar. He's finding renminbi, which is...
Renminbi.
Yeah.
And I don't think that takes an S either.
No, it doesn't.
He's going to play the double-double.
No,
that's...
And she's holding ADLNRW blank. Promising rack. I'm not seeing bingos right away. Are you seeing anything, Josh?
No, but I'd be looking through the A, because she only has, as we see, there's one word that's playable.
Wow.
Land word. That's really cool. And she's look
she's finding it.
I mean, come on. Aren't these these players are just, they're fantastic. That's awesome.
Meanwhile, isagogic.
Is that, oh my god, is that a word? Isagogic. Wow, that is. I was not thinking of that word at all. I was just thinking, how is Austin gonna dump his G's and I's? That's so cool.
Hi, I'm Chloe Fatsis, and I'm going to explain power tiles. There are 10 power tiles in Scrabble, the 2 blanks, the 4 S's, and the J, Q, X, and Z. The blanks can be designated as any letter, and should only be used for bingoing, or scoring about as much as a bingo. The S's are so valuable because they can be used to pluralize words. The J, Q, X, and Z are great for scoring, but be careful not to hold on to them for too long, or they may bog you down while you're trying to build toward the bingo.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the NASPA Tournament of Champions presented by Scrabble GO, night one of our semifinals. We saw Cecilia took the second game to even the match at 1-1. Josh, what are you looking for in game 3?
I'm looking for a tie game so we can maybe experience 5 more games after game 3.
Oh man, if it's a tie, that would be crazy. We would need to relay the spreads to both players at that point, so that would definitely throw us for a bit of a curve. Anyways, it looks like the players are ready, so we will go now and get game 3 underway.
Okay, here we go. That's
So
3
Jason,
O's.
Yeah, Jason has 3 O's. I'm guessing he's going to exchange, although Yo could definitely be a possibility here. Or even Sooty, if
Sooty,
he
yeah.
is okay with an OE leave and getting rid of his S right away.
I think it's Toyo. I think Toyo.
Oh, Toyo, of course. I forgot about that word. Yeah.
Sooty would score 10 more points than Toyo. But that would put the S on a very, if you're doubling the Y on the double letter, because you have to start on somewhere on the center square. You don't have to start on the center square. Really. Anyways, Sooty would be 24, Toyo would be 14, but the S adding to the O and the E would be preferable to just the O and the E by itself, and it would be better by even 10 more points. But Jason decides to exchange here, which is definitely a viable option here. And it's Cecilia's turn to go, and she has 50 points for her Z, and that's what you got to do. You got to score 48.
Yeah, I think that's definitely. There's once you see Zoe, it scores so much more than everything else. You just kind of got to play it. Meanwhile, Jason's exchange did not go the way he'd hoped, really. I'm guessing you'd want to get rid of the G this turn, Josh.
Mm-hmm. How did you know?
Yeah, I heard from a little birdie, maybe that birdie was Josh Sokol, that Josh Sokol doesn't like the G that much. So,
yeah, I think I mentioned a few times that the Q is the worst tile, but I'd like to amend that. The G is the worst tile in Scrabble. Just kidding. Disclaimer. But I don't like the tile. I don't like the tile at all. John O'Laughlin in chat doesn't like any tiles. He mentioned the only good tiles are blanks. Letters make me sick, to be honest. I'm very sorry about that, John. We should create a variant of Scrabble where all letters are blank and see what the great minds of Scrabble come up with. Anyways, Jason did get rid of his G as he should have. And this is a really cool play by Cecilia.
Yeah, it's a great idea. I didn't actually see that right away, but Jim scores so much and it keeps the best 4 letters on her rack. Really great idea here.
Yeah, 2 very quick, very strong plays by Cecilia. Jason is already behind by 63 points, but he does have a nice spot to get rid of his Q and score very well while keeping very nice tiles. And as we mentioned over and over again, the tiles you keep are almost as important as the points you score. So being able to keep CEPS is a very nice plus.
Yeah, so that puts him within striking distance. It is 77-51 as we are now starting to get into maybe some bingos coming up and such this game. If you're Cecilia here, though, what would you be looking for, Josh?
Just some way to do something. I might consider getting rid of one of my S's since I have 2 of them. I would probably play Cuds and Gits because it's a very nice defensive option, and it sets up my second S with Scuds.
Yeah, would you do Cuds or would you do Scud down? Which
I prefer Cuds because Scud takes an O and an I as well as an S.
That's a good point.
Yep. So it's a bit more likely that Cecilia will be able to utilize the hook by playing Cuds over Scud.
That is very fair, and she might even consider something like Kurds, just because on this board there aren't really that many. Cuds is a great play if you're willing to risk your opponent doesn't have an S also, because it is a very juicy spot on a board with very few juicy spots. So it's
as we see here, Jason did have an S. There were only 2 S's left, and it's such an early spot in the game that it's a good risk to take. But the thing is, luckily, Jason doesn't actually have anything here. So she did dodge a small bullet. But he can still Jason can still play around the fact that he does have an S. So he can maybe just play Zap for 14, and keep a really nice, nice leave. But playing what he's doing here, Sep, scores a lot more points. It also leaves very nicely. So yeah, there's many options for Jason, and he probably likes the fact that he has that S hook for scuds, even though he might have an inkling that Cecilia also has that.
Yeah, and so with that, he draws into easeful, and it looks like Cecilia will not block. So she'll likely play something like burn through the U in cuds, which it looks like she might be putting down now. Oh, she might just bun. Yeah, that makes sense.
Let's see some love for bun in the chat. BUN being the word that Cesar del Solar, one of the other participants in this tournament, and his wife Mina used to describe each other. And I think they're both here in the chat. So let's see some love. I mean, not like this, not with 2 N's, but it's close enough.
Yep. So if Jason does play easeful, that would block probably most of Cecilia's bingo options. Although I'm never good with bingos like with V's and K's. Are you seeing anything there, Josh?
We know that Nivers isn't a word from previous stream. So I don't see anything, but there's probably something with the N. I don't actually know. I might have to ask the audience here on this one.
Yeah, if the audience sees any bingos, please point it out. I'm not seeing any right away, at least any 7s, or well, I don't see anything to the N either. So Jason's actually now looks like he's opting for easel. Oh, well, he's going to move it to the scuds placement. But he does point out that Sep did create another bingo lane. So even though the bun spot that Cecilia created is sort of obstructed now, she could potentially go off of the P in Sep if she... Well, I guess now Jason's moving it back.
Yeah, either way, someone has found the word that I was wondering if it was a word, Skyver.
Is that good? I didn't know.
It's actually a word. It's actually a verb, I think. It's only a verb in the international dictionary. Excuse me. So Skyver, Skivers, that would fit regardless of what Jason does. So we had a situation here where both players were going to bingo regardless, and Cecilia is going to have the upper hand. But it's going to be Jason's turn if she sees Skyvers, of course.
So this is one of those times where Scrabble GO's void system of allowing you to try words that could potentially be invalid could really benefit Cecilia. Skyvers is one of those things that I would not have been sure of at all, but in this sort of format, I would definitely lay it down just to see. And it looks like she's doing that now, potentially. So even if she thinks there's only like a 10% chance, that's the sort of play that really you can just try it on this and be really glad it's lights up in green here.
And you can see she has a blank S and a real S. And she decided to put the real S on bun. And that's because the real S would score 2 points on that double letter. The blank would score 0 points. So just these little details, once again, these players are very familiar with. And if you play Skyvers the other way, it scores a few points less.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice of placement too. I mean, she had to have seen scuds and lipes as possibilities, so she's definitely playing a bit more open here. Do you like this idea of sticking the blank S in the triple?
She did see Lipes as a possibility, but Lipe actually does not take an S.
Oh, does it not?
The other option, yeah, she actually did try it at the beginning of her turn, just to
Oh,
see
I didn't see that.
if it would
Yeah.
light up in red. But I actually agree. I think I would probably have opted for the Scuds, because the Scuds play, just because that S out there and that K out there are really, really dangerous. And if I can help it, I won't let that happen. But both these players have a consistently aggressive style, and it's been working out for them great. They both went 3-0 in their series, and these are very stylistic choices.
Yeah, so meanwhile, Jason has the 3 O's. He exchanged 3 O's at the beginning of the game and now draws 3 O's after his bingo with Easeful. So it looks like he might be playing 4 Do to get rid of 2 of those. It scores a bit.
Yeah, 4 Do is a great option here. And once again, if he does play that, it's going to be a very open board, which is what we like as viewers.
Yeah, so that went down, and so Cecilia, she might play off the Q this turn, which could open up even more lanes. So this is going to be a very... Oh my god, are you seeing the top option in Quackle?
Yeah, sorry. That was my reaction there.
Is such a good word. Man, that's a hard play to see, though.
That's almost impossible to see. That's so cool.
Yeah.
It might not be the best play. Like, quinoa might be better. So let's simulate it, see. In any case, it's just so cool.
I would also add coin also to this simulation. I know there aren't that many S's and blanks left, but it would definitely be something I would consider to not have an S go to the triple there with coin.
Yeah, that's an interesting option, because quinoa definitely does create another huge spot for an S that coin does not create. But yeah, she sees quinoa. Yeah, I like the play. I really do. Zabayon is flashy. I'll give it that, and it scores 10 more points. But I might opt for quinoa, even if I see Zabayon, which I don't think I will see, just because the B and the E are 2 letters that I really would prefer to have on this board over the U.
Yeah, that's fair. And the E in the triple lane is about the riskiest tile you can put there. So it's definitely a very cool word, scores a lot, but yeah, there is some downside there.
Yeah. And Jason again doesn't have many scoring tiles, which is what you really want on these boards. You either want scoring tiles or you want bingo tiles. Jason has some bingo tiles, but not enough to play a bingo this turn. So he's considering, I think, playing oodles or toodles. Oodles is a really cool word. It's a word that does not lose the S. Pretty sure.
Yeah, interestingly, I think he was preparing to play toodles because he dropped the T down, but I think he saw that oodles lit up in green, and he thought, "Oh, I could just play oodles rather than toodles." So
I think so, actually. I think
he was prepared to play toodles. He had that toodle set up on his rack, and then when he saw oodle in green as he was picking up the T, he's like, "Well, that looks better potentially." So it's a funny Scrabble Go specific thing. In tournaments, we don't have like a word light up midway through if there's another word within that that's valid. But it's a funny consequence, I guess.
Yep. Yeah, and we like this play. He could have scored 5 more points with using those same tiles, using the K and Skivers, but that might not have been as good, because it would have created 2 more triple word score spots to play in. And yeah, I think we like that decision. It's definitely a sacrifice of points, overlooked, but not overlooked, but looked.
Oh, nice. Yeah,
I think it's good. I think it's a good play. Well, it's definitely a good play. I think it's the right play. So she's gonna try Barfi here, which is not how you spell the food word. Barfi. That's a type of dessert. Can also be spelled Burfi. But always worth a try in this format.
Yeah, though she definitely does have a few really high-scoring plays with the F and the Y, and it looks like she's going to find the top quackle option of 4B or 4-by. I'm actually not sure.
I think it's 4-by.
It's 4-by, yeah. So she will play that now, and she is up by 66 points at this point. She's
really
just
good.
Yeah, it's a good position to be in. Jason has to be disappointed that the C from Cuds is on the board because he would have had Martinet through the E and Skyverse otherwise, but he has to move on.
Yeah, Martinet. Yeah, that would have been great. So once again, he's quite close. What are we looking for here? I think we're looking to score, but we're also looking to keep some of those nice tiles.
Yeah, so ideally, I think Rant as a leave there is probably the ideal leave. So getting rid of the M, I, and T might be a good idea, but there just might not be that great a way to do so while scoring.
MIT.
Yeah,
MIT, that's a great school.
It's a great school, but not a valid 3-letter Scrabble word. So instead, Quackle is recommending MIT or Mint. Also, TI. So where is TI? That looks to be a bit of a counterintuitive idea at 6F, Quackle.
Making tie an image. Wow.
Tie an image. That's pretty. I guess it would make sty as a front hook to that, but it would only be 6 letters. So I don't think that actually...
Yeah, no, I think the idea of TI is just to keep really nice tiles and hope to draw an E next turn, or maybe an I again, and try again for a bingo. That's definitely a really good leave, MARNT, but probably just scores too little here. There's so many options that you can draw into. The board is wide open, so I think scoring here is a good idea. And Mint or Mitt next to Quinoa, they look a little bit risky. They create some options to score a lot of points on that triple lane on the left side. But I think
how is it more risky than Quinoa though? Because they can both just take an S at this point since both Ys are out. Mint, I would agree. Minty would have been really risky, but I guess
I'm just saying in terms of a play to make. Quinoa's is obviously still a big threat, and Mint deals with that a little bit. But I think Tatami, which is the second suggested play, is more my style.
Nice.
That's what I was going to say. Tatami with the A in Quinoa scores 28 points and does potentially deal with a lot of possible huge scoring spots under Quinoa.
Yeah, I never knew what tatami meant, and then I went to Japan and I went to a ryokan, which is another weird Scrabble word, and I was so glad I learned what both those words meant, tatami and ryokan. So it's like a Japanese mat.
Okay, I was wondering if you were just gonna leave it.
No. I
realized.
realized.
Thank you.
Yeah, so it's like a mat at spas and stuff.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, so it's a cool word.
So we see Jason trying a TAMIN, realizing that's not a valid word. You see that red flash that tells you, sorry, try again. So yeah, I mean, there's tons of options here for Jason. Understandably, he's taking a good amount of time in his turn. He's already used 10 and a half of his 20 minutes, but the game is pretty much halfway done, so he doesn't have to worry too much about his time yet.
Yeah, and as a reminder, Jason these days most often plays using the International Dictionary. We'll also call it the Collins Dictionary or CSW Dictionary. So if you see him try some 5-letter words that aren't in the North American Dictionary, often they will be words in the International Dictionary, and that's why he's just trying them out, just to make sure that he doesn't have dictionary confusion. Yeah,
and Cecilia here is going to try writin', which is another word that is not valid in our lexicon.
Yeah, one thing that did do, though, Jason's last play is it did block earthing as an option. So that would have been big. I forget if Harding is good too, but either, so Harding, earthing or Harding. Yeah.
I don't think she has anything else here.
Yeah, so...
which is a big swing because Jason's sitting on Winter through the R and for Do. So unless Cecilia blocks that, which she might just play Herring through the R, so that same R blocking Winter. Jason's gonna have a nice bingo there to take the lead probably.
It looks like she's trying Herring. Is that?
Yeah, no, not valid.
Okay.
These are all very very valiant tries.
I need to think
Nighter,
about that
like as in all nighter. I would try that as well. But it looks like she missed an opportunity here to take a really commanding lead. So that play of Tam was, most of the plays we were considering were in that area and would have blocked all the bingos, but still a very huge swing in Jason's favor, despite him still being down by almost 50 points.
Yeah, so if you're Cecilia here, I guess Herring, it does score a lot. Like, it's not out of reason for her to try that. I guess, what does the bag look like at this point? There is a blank still out. But, that quinoa spot, it can get scarier and scarier the later this game goes. And so Quackle's top suggested play of haying, making tame, would be a really cool idea.
I like that. Haying would actually also block Winter.
It would.
So I really like that option over Herring. It scores the same amount of points, but keeps the R and the T, which is definitely a better combo than just the T, especially if you look at how many A's, E's, and I's will be able to go with those letters if she draws any of them. So I like that option. It's a very tough spot.
Yeah, if she finds that would be really cool. I mean, not only is it a tough spot to see because you're playing through a letter and making a 4-letter word, but it's also a weird-looking word itself. Haying the 3 vowels in a row there, it just doesn't look like that should work in the English language, but it does.
Oh, so I'm seeing in the chat that not only does Jason have Winter, he has Wintered, and Herring looks like it might block that, but it actually just allows Wintered to come down for even more points.
Man.
I'm really appreciative of the chat for mentioning that little detail.
That would be crazy.
I'm liking Herring a lot less now that I know that in hindsight it wouldn't actually block Jason from bingo.
Yeah, and one thing to keep in mind, so we saw Jason in the first game miss Munster through a lot of tiles, and we said that was a really tough find. It would also be a tough find after Herring, but the difference is Jason is looking right now on the board without Herring. So if he sees Wintered right now, he might have more of an opportunity to actually scan that spot intensely and see, I'm still good. It still makes it valid.
Yeah, so once you see a play, sometimes your opponent will make a play that might obscure the spot. But if you've seen the play, for sure, I agree with you, Morris, 100%. Nothing is going to stop you if it still makes valid words. It'll just fuel you even further to make the play. So Cecilia's taking a while here because who wouldn't? Like, you have such nice looking tiles. There's so many things. If you just play an H, if you just play a G, there's so many things you can draw into. And she might be considering that. She's like, well, for lack of a better idea, like, I think just playing my H for 10 points or anything will yield so many possibilities for me. Almost no matter what she draws, honestly. Can you see any tile? Like, if we can pull up the tile bag, is there a single tile that you can spot right away that won't give Cecilia a bingo? I see the J.
Yeah, that's a good point. So you're saying if she just plays the H and keeps the other 6 letters, what wouldn't allow her to get a bingo there?
Yeah, there's almost nothing that she can draw after dropping an H that won't yield her a bingo next turn. So that's an extremely strong option to just maybe play UH and OH next with easeful and foredue, just dropping that H on either side of that O for 10 points is a very good option here.
Yeah, so she's definitely looking at the tile bag a lot. My guess is she's deciding between whether she should play the H or the G here, or maybe both, based on the contents of the bag. The key thing to see here, so there's 34 tiles unseen to her, and 14 of them are A's, E's, and I's. So if she plays off the H, there are bingos, there are 7s with all 3 of those letters right away. So my guess is if she's looking at the bag, she's probably going to realize the H is probably a bit better than the G to get rid of, just because. Oh, I guess actually inherits a word too.
Yeah,
I'm not sure it plays.
It doesn't play. Yeah,
it doesn't play. Yeah, but yeah. So the H doesn't have. So if she draws an I, I'm not sure she'll get a bingo down on the board with an H and an I there. So
not often will I suggest keeping a G on your rack. So everybody just cherish this moment, honestly.
Yeah.
But it's definitely the best fishing play. Fishing being, I don't know if that was mentioned in the break, but fishing is playing 1 or 2 tiles and going for a bingo play.
So she's going to go a different route here. She's going to play rig for 22 points. It's a good idea. I mean, she's now up basically a bingo. She's up 68 points. So even though Jason's going to play Winterer, she will be able to
play it.
Yeah.
She will be able to maintain her lead, you're going to say.
Yeah, she will be able to maintain her lead. Yeah, I was just mesmerized by Jason trying to get his N in the right place.
Yeah.
So Winterer comes down, but the issue could be Jason could now pick up the blank, the S, which could be a key tile after quinoa. But this is the exact kind of draw Jason didn't want, and Cecilia really wanted for him to get. So even though he has a 14-point lead, Cecilia, if she saw what Jason has, could breathe a sigh of relief to some extent. And she could take the lead right back this turn. Yeah,
absolutely. You're looking to play the J here, and I think Jet looks a bit dangerous, but actually it does more good than bad. It obscures a lot of quinoa's plays that are still possible, since there's 1 S and 1 blank remaining. It doesn't. There are only 2 O's left, so you would be worried about some play on the bottom row making JO, another 3-letter word with WE and maybe it's. But those are very unlikely, and I think she just needs to go with that play here, which she does. Is a very good play.
Yeah, I really like this idea, but it is something we'll need to monitor. This S and this blank. So J, the only 2-letter word it can take for those new to Scrabble in the chat is an O. So you'll need some specific plays, but if you have that specific play, it could be really valuable. Mm-hmm. And it'll be interesting to see how Jason handles this rack of 6 vowels, because he has picked up both of the last 2 O's here, and he's looking at the contents of the bag. And my guess is he looked at the O's and saw there were none left from Cecilia's perspective, and can appreciate that the O's on this board could be valuable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, there's a ton to consider now in this position for Jason. The game is now close. He's not in great shape because he can't score that much. So he could exchange. He could just try to go for another bingo. Or he could play LOOIE from the L and Oodles just to score a few points. But yeah, once again, those O's might actually be valuable if you draw an S. But yeah, I wouldn't be too keen on keeping O's on my rack for that specific thing.
Yeah, and if you're looking at the bag right now, from Jason's perspective, there are a lot more consonants than vowels as well. it looks like there were 8 vowels versus 13, or I guess 12 consonants, since the blank was one of those other 2 tiles. So he knows that he is likely to draw into consonants, so it is okay to be slightly vowel heavy here if he can just find something that scores enough. I don't know if in the Quackle suggestions when we were just simulating if there were any exchanges with an O, keeping an O, if any of those were considered. But it would be good to see that, just because the O could be a key tile in this game, and since Jason has both of them, he might want to hold on to one.
All right, yeah, thanks to our producer for that. So let's see how valuable the engine thinks the O is here. So far, not that valuable.
Yeah, that's interesting. So I'm actually slightly I would have expected a 2 vowel, 1 consonant leave here, given the slight consonant heaviness of the bag. I guess with the blank out, just exchanging more tiles is just better than that. That's probably the thing. And so Jason looks like he's favoring Louis. It is like he must kind of be unhappy that he has the last 2 O's there, but it is the only real scoring play. And being down by 9 points versus 19 points before your opponent's next turn actually can make a huge difference in how they think about their turn and what your options could be next turn. So I definitely think that's a fine idea.
Yeah, and I think it's a very human play, rather than exchanging to at least get some points on the board. So Cecilia has nice letters here. She can now utilize the re-overlapping possibility next to the left of the letters in quinoa to play harp, hand, or hard for over 30 points. Those are slightly risky once again, because there is to her an unseen, an S, and a blank. And by playing hit and any of those plays, she is creating a big S hook. But
it looks like she's going to go for it. She's doing... Oh, okay, I was going to say she's going to play hap. Wow, but no, it looks like she is going to play harp. She also has to be thinking after Jason's last turn that he's holding at least 2, maybe even 3 vowels. Probably more likely 2. If he truly had 7 vowels there, he probably would have exchanged. But yeah, from her... Oh, and she picked up the blank too.
Very nice.
So she'll have bingos. I see like unsawed, making OD off of the O and oodles. A lot of unwords will play for her there.
Yeah.
So
Jason could still block. It could still make it a game, but if she does get that spot, it's gonna be very hard for Jason to come back.
Yeah, unsawed specifically would get the W on the triple letter, so that would score a lot, kind of like Jason in the first game getting reshaven with the H on the triple letter. So it looks like she might be... Okay, so she's setting up something else maybe, but this looks like pretty good chances for Cecilia here.
Mm-hmm. So what do you think Jason's going to do here?
It's a good question. So let's look at the bag from his perspective. So he's now down, and so they'll probably play off the X this turn because the other letters on his rack are very bingo friendly. And then he has to hope to draw the blank, I think. So that has to be his main option he's considering. Taxi, the top play, it does open a bingo lane more nicely than something like just XI. So that could definitely be... Oh, sorry.
That's the taxi for 24 points, but if he plays taxi and toodles, it's
got it. I see. Got it. That makes sense. So he plays
quickly
Nix.
Plays Nix. Very interesting. He could have played that same word with noodles for some more points. Maybe he forgot about the
I
hook.
forgot about it. So
yeah, it's definitely possible. It looks like she's going to play an X word of her own here.
I was thinking unwaged. Got it. It could be an X.
We'll see. Oh, you win.
G. Yeah, you hate the G so much. I know you wanted it to be an X, but
yeah, I would have preferred unwaxed here. Obviously, it makes absolutely no difference what letter you make the blank in this position. So this is really good for Cecilia, and all she has to make sure of is that she doesn't give some big thing back to Jason, which looks like she has not done. There was the possibility of it. She did draw AIS, so if Jason had that S, he could have there could have been some trouble there. But luckily, she draws the S.
Yeah, I wonder if there were any triple possibilities there. If anyone sees any triples in the chat there that could have gone down, that'd be really cool. But it works out for Cecilia this game at least, and so it looks like she will take a lead in this series 2-1.
Yeah, yeah. It doesn't. I don't see any triples. I was thinking that maybe a play putting the S on hit would be enough to win, but it seems like it comes short of at least 10 points.
Yeah, I think tripling's probably the main way to win when you're down by 100.
Yeah, and if you're going to open a triple, the U is pretty much one of the worst tiles you can open a triple with. So she's probably not too worried.
And worst, we mean worst from Jason's perspective, but best from her perspective, right?
That is what I mean. Man,
okay, cool.
You complete me.
Sounds good. I guess that was a bit cold. I'm sorry.
Man, I hope I'm getting some love in the chat for this. This is just all of my advances. So Hayat is being suggested for Jason as a play that scores a lot of points under unwaged, making UHNAWEAT. Unfortunately, he's down by over 100 points. So whatever he does here, unless it's a 100-point play, is going to lose him the game. But I think you go with Hayat here because you see that Cecilia has AIS. Those letters play in multiple spots on the board. So it's just a matter of maximizing your score this turn and focusing your time and energy on the next game, because this is a best of 7 series. It's going to be 2-1 Cecilia, and we'll see if she runs out of time here. I think she's gonna make it this time.
Yeah, and so I actually forget the schedule here. If our producer can let us know, I know we're going to take a short break here, but I forget the break schedule. It would be good to sort of inform that. Oh, so I apologize, actually. We just got word from our producer that we're doing this game right consecutively with the next game, and then we'll take a break. So apologies for that. We're going to go straight into this next game, and we'll see if Jason can tie it up 2-2, or if Cecilia can take a 3-1 lead, threatening just after one more game to go into the finals.
Absolutely, and thanks to everyone for joining us. We're almost at that 200 viewers mark. Please like and subscribe if you want to see more content like this. If you missed the previous streams, they're all uploaded, I think, at this point. So, yeah, fantastic job by everyone behind this event.
And as a reminder, the 2 charities that we are playing for in this event are the NASPA Foundation for Youth Literacy and Dolly Parton's Imagination Library. The NASPA Foundation for Youth Literacy works to foster literacy, mathematics, strategic ability, and fair play among students through the facilitation and organization of word gameplay. And Dolly Parton's Imagination Library is a book gifting program that mails free, high-quality books to children from birth until they begin school, no matter what their family's income is. So, what things are you looking for in this next round, Josh?
I'm looking for. I'm just gonna say it. I'm looking for Jason to tie it up so we can have the maximum amount of games, and I'm just gonna keep saying that. I love Scrabble. No offense to Cecilia at all. Honestly, if she were down 1-2, I would hope that she wins. I just love the competition here, and let's get it on.
Well, let's see, because the players are ready to go now, and I don't know. And it looks like Cecilia is now hitting the rematch button and draws a bunch of vowels: A, E, 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 M, O. and she quickly goes to the tile swap area. It looks like she's going to exchange 6, keeping the E. Would you keep the M there too, Josh, or no?
I would. But it's very, very close. I just like the M as a tile. It can bingo, it can score. If you draw a lot of vowels, like I said previously, it's really good. It's a really good tile to use with vowels. But keeping the E, trying to go for bingo straight on is a great idea in and of itself.
So Jason has a few 5-letter word options here. He could do Thorpe or dropped. It looks like he's going to try to do dropped here.
Yeah, I think I slightly prefer Thorpe here. But dropped is definitely a more defensive option because the word Thorpe takes an E. Thorpe. E is also a word. Dropped has no hooks. It's already the past tense of drop. So Jason opting for a more defensive play here, which is unusual. Both of these players have been playing quite aggressively in this series. So let's see, maybe Jason's approach will help him here.
Yeah, and so if you're Cecilia here, it's a pretty good position. I mean, a play like dropped, yeah, it scores 20 points, but it usually indicates that your opponent probably kept 2 more consonants with that. And so it's a pretty good scenario most of the time when your opponent plays just a 5-letter play like that with kind of clunky letters.
Yeah, definitely not something to stumble over. She can, yeah, I think her play is just 5 here.
Yeah.
She's quickly deciding to play 5. I think that's definitely the right play here, keeping the ELT. Those are great letters to keep. And Jason has drawn very, very nicely. The Z tile is going to help him score a lot of points here.
Yeah, so I guess what Z plays are you seeing right now, Josh?
Well, I see Hayes. I think Hayes is a good play. I think if you don't want to be as aggressive, you can play Uzi from the O and dropped. To
Very nice idea.
Better leave, but there's also Zero, which for some reason was blind to here. Zero scoring 6 more points than Hayes. The only drawback, or the 2 drawbacks, is that it puts the Z in that triple lane.
That's the big drawback.
Which really allows very often for your opponent to just come back with 40 plus points at least, and it also keeps the H and the Y together, which sometimes are very good tiles. Sometimes they're just a bit too slow, I would say. Keeping the ORY might be better for an early bingo.
Yeah, so with that, Jason will take
He didn't try over hazy.
He didn't try over hazy.
Yeah, I just noticed that. I mean, could be a word. I know a few heads that would try it, but I think Jason knows better. And wow, oh, this is really cool. If these are bingo here, that's a really tough find. With 2 L's, 2 T's, Tollgate and ET. 2 L's, 2 T's, you're not really thinking bingo, but once you see it, you play it. I mean, if she sees Tollgate, I think we'll see it come down very fast.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't see the bingo here, I guess Hazel is a nice hook, and she might be seeing that right now. But yeah, so she's going to play probably the second best play after the bingo, if she does indeed hit submit after laying this down. You want to undouble your letters. It usually, not only does it not at fewer words have 2 T's or 2 L's, but it just limits your possibilities of what words you could potentially have, right? If you have 2 of the same letter, that means you only have 5 other letters to play with that. And so it just limits your options and the kind of space of potential words you could even play. So
yeah, I'm liking that. I'm liking this idea as well. If it weren't for the bingo just staring all of us in the face, I would be quite happy with either of these 2 options, lathe or lit. And she plays lathe, so slightly unfortunate miss of Tollgate, But yeah, that's a really good find.
Yeah, and one nice thing about Lathe is the H is a pretty dangerous tile there. It goes to the triple word score. But most of the time, the L for Hazel will stay open. So it looks like Jason's trying Poovy now. Poov is a word in this dictionary. So he might do that in the end. But yeah, he can't do Poovy. He might do something like Dopey here through the D interrupt. If he wanted to get rid of some of those letters. What are you seeing, Josh?
Yeah, Dopey looks pretty good. Overpay even
cool
might be a good option because Jason is ahead here. He doesn't need to keep 1 point tiles on his rack. He could just decide to play. Ooh, that's a cool option. Okay,
I always miss Oyas. It's thinking that words can end in the Z. It's not something that hits my brain often. So if he sees Oyas, that would be an awesome play.
Yeah, that's definitely better than any of the options.
I'm wondering, is there any... So Yez is also a word. Oh, he sees Oyas. So I'm wondering, is there any reason to think that Cecilia wouldn't have had an E or an O last turn? Like she would have had hotel instead of lathe, so you'd think she probably wouldn't have kept an O. It would have been interesting if you just played Yez there, but the issue is you already had 1 O, so it makes a lot of sense to play Oyas. But if you didn't have the second O, it would have been a cool idea to just play Yez.
Yeah, definitely liking the thinking there. As usual, the fancy option is not necessarily the best option, but style points are worth something. Just not real points.
Fair enough.
So now Cecilia has almost bingo tiles, I would say here. She can. She wants to get rid of the G, and I guess she also wants to get rid of the W. Were you thinking the other way around, Morris?
I was. I think you want to get rid of the W first. So she does have one play available to do that with just those two tiles. Instead, it looks like she's going to play Wally for more points, which definitely is also a good idea. I know Josh wants to get rid of the G at all costs, but it does score a lot more. So,
yeah, unfortunately, there are some decent options here, like Owlets and Wally, that keep the G tile, and we'll just have to see how that plays out for her in the next few turns. Because yeah, I'm going to be keeping my eye on how that G does for her.
Yes. So one thing that Owlets does specifically is it doesn't really allow Jason to make small point plays. It puts the game within reach for Cecilia, and Jason can't just play like 1 or 2 tiles trying to groom his rack for a bingo as often, just because he doesn't have that much of a lead anymore.
Yeah, no, I think it's definitely the best play here. I mean, there is something to be said about going straight for a bingo, but 39 points is really hard to give up. And it also blocked Parvolin through the V.
Oh my god, that's so cool! I didn't notice that. Man, that's a really good find. So Parvolin, man.
Yeah, Wally would have also done that. Actually, most of her options would have done that, which is obviously, like, when you see a V on the board, you're not like, oh, I gotta block that. But sometimes in these situations, you just happen to block a weird bingo.
Yeah, so this board is pretty interesting because dropped doesn't take an S, it doesn't take any back hooks, and they've only played in the top left quadrant so far. So that means 2 things. One is that it's harder for bingos to come down. Cecilia has one of the few things that could work, just because she has things like Oregans making SO, or like roasting through the T and dropped. But there aren't that many bingoing options right away. But the other thing is there's so much space in the other 3 quadrants that this game's pretty unpredictable at this point. These next few turns can really dictate how this board will unfold. This part of the board might not be used for that much more of the game, but there definitely is some real variance that could happen here.
So yeah, no, absolutely the variance. I mean, there's so much left in the game. many things can happen. We see Jason attempting Prion, which is a really good play actually. But I think he's going to try propinal first, which we know to be invalid. But propine is a word, so you might want to try that just in case. You mentioned roasting, Morris. Do you when we talk about roasting, can I roast you real quick?
Yeah, for sure.
What's the anagram of roasting?
Man, I forget. What is it?
Well, it plays to the triple.
I figured if you were gonna mention it.
Hold on, maybe I can refresh your. Oh, he left. I was gonna say, but I guess he's gone now. Oh, you're back. Okay.
Yeah, sorry about that. It's a weird coverage thing tonight for whatever reason. This is now the second time, so I'll look at that at the next break to make sure there's nothing weird in my settings. But no, I didn't rage quit for not knowing the anagram.
So does this refresh your memory? Wait, it's not loud enough.
You should just tell me at this point. Oh, organist. Got it. Very cool.
There you go.
I was looking down from the T, to be fair, because I was looking at the board and saw, you said it plays to the triple and Prion was coming down.
Yeah, so but anyways, Prion did block it. Fair enough. But I just wanted to get that prop in there.
Fair enough.
Maybe that maybe that'll make for some highlights.
Yeah. But Cecilia does take the lead here with her bingo, and Jason drew basically the opposite of what he wanted, drawing all vowels. So it's a tough position. He could play Louis with a U this time rather than two O's. Louie is also a word. Actually, I'm not sure if there's a place to play it, but that could be the type of word he's looking for here, at least.
Yeah, and it looks like there's just one play here, Lieu, that scores 22 points next to the A and S in Oregon's, hitting that nice triple word score. Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, on Jason's last play, Prion, we didn't discuss it that much, but there was the possibility of him keeping more constants on his rack with just Lipo and Hazel. And he might be sitting regretting not keeping those two consonants.
Yeah, so
you see Noplii? That's so cool.
That is a very cool option. Yeah, wow. That's a really cool insertion play for the N and the P. So he's opting to exchange here, and this will give Cecilia a pretty comfortable lead after her next play. So she will be able to play Feign down to the triple, and that will give her over a bingo lead. And she'd waste no time. She's going to play this right away.
Yeah.
So it's going to score a lot.
Yeah, it's a really sweet turnaround for Cecilia, and things are looking pretty good for her now. And she's just drawn a blank. Jason, on the other hand, has drawn a J. He's going to be looking to score with that tile here. Try to build his rack up for a near future bingo.
Yeah, so I saw G'd as an option through the E and Fiverr, but the engine points out Haji in a variety of spellings. A really cool insertion play, making the with the T in lathe and the E in oyez. Haji is one of those words that can be spelled a few ways. Also, Haj is a word. We saw Haj with one J played in this tournament, and we've seen Haj with two J's at least considered. But H-A-D-J, yes, by Josh. But H-A-D-J is a word. So it looks like he's going to play the option I saw of G, but Haji there is really tough to find.
Yeah, probably just as tough as Tollgate was. Those really weird fit-ins are sometimes just really tough to spot, especially with the clock ticking down, which is just another one of the pressures that these players are facing in this event, and they're already in the semifinals. We have an awesome match going on, and it's now Cecilia's turn. Like we said, she's drawn the blank. She's probably feeling pretty good. Maybe looking for something that fits. And look, same spot as Hajj or Haji. She can play boat,
Oh man,
a
yeah,
buy,
that's really nice.
toe, and et. And that's if she if she now follows this up with taking the second spot in a row that Jason could use, and there she goes. Beautiful, beautiful board vision here by Cecilia, just demonstrating her immense prowess in the game.
Yeah, I mean, it helped that at that point there's basically no scoring spots left except that spot, so you need to at least look there. But shockingly, there still hasn't been any play on the right side of the board yet. So they're doing everything they can on the left side, but there's still a ton of potential room for both players to open up. So even though Cecilia's up by 84, there's still a lot of game left. Although I believe co-annex, is that a word?
Co-annex is a word.
Yeah, so I don't think it plays yet, but we don't know what Jason's going to do here. He might want to
definitely
exchange
in the cards. It's definitely in the cards, and it actually does play with underdropped with top.
Oh, wow, I didn't see that. Okay, that's super cool. But it looks like Jason might be blocking that spot, and I don't think that gives her any ability to play it.
Yeah, wow, it's a very timely block by Jason. He's obviously really focused on trying to get rid of his eyes here, and not really thinking to block things, but once again, just happened to block, just like Alice happened to block Parvalin. When it's your opponent's turn, anything can happen. So even if you spot that bingo that you really want to have a spot for next turn, you should be looking at plan B, just to save some time.
Yeah, and so it's interesting. I probably would have even played off of Prions. He had HEILS. That would have scored a lot more. I would have that's what I would have thought I would have done. So it really is timely, and it would be great to hear his thought process after the game of choosing to block that area.
Yeah,
just
really,
because
yeah, no, you're totally right. I really, yeah, that play there is 35 points. That's just a 28-point difference. I mean, it does keep much worse. It keeps two duplicate eyes. But at this point in the game, Jason's already behind by over 80 points before his play, and it might have been important there to play that. However, as we see now, that this was very timely, and it's giving him another chance to jump back into it.
Yeah, so if you're Cecilia here, so she's considering Oxic, which is definitely a good idea. After Jason's last play, you actually, I think, most of the time suspect he has better tiles than what he kept, if I had to guess. I mean, I guess EHIS is pretty good still, but it's definitely a good idea to play the C there rather than some other tile that isn't as blocky. The C specifically is a really good blocking tile for those who don't know, because it doesn't create any two-letter words. The C and the V are the only two letters like that in the game. So, and he just drew another C or I guess he didn't have the first C, but he drew both a C and a V, which is exactly what he doesn't want and exactly what Cecilia would want when up by 61 points.
Yeah, however, he did score 42 points, which really brings him back into this game. And now Cecilia is going to have to look really hard here to make sure she's not missing something, because once again, these blank racks are so tough. The blank could be any tile. In this position, you're probably thinking it's going to be a consonant, if anything. But there's so many options that you might have. 7-letter words, 8-letter words with the H, with the L, and she's just making sure here. I think she's writing the rack down once again, with that visual aspect really helping her to be more confident that she hasn't missed something.
Yeah, I mean, so it's amazing. I can't believe they still haven't used the right side of the board yet. Like, she's up 60. Like, it's every time I say it, they have to do it eventually, right? There's no way they can fit everything on this side.
I don't think there is a possible way to make all words. However, we do know that there are 15 by 15. That's 225 spots on the board and only 100 tiles. So technically, you can fit the 100 tiles on one side of the board, but you won't be able to make plays, make valid words, because everything horizontal, everything vertical has to be a word. There is a variant of Scrabble, if I may mention, called clabbers, in which you're allowed to play any possible anagram of a word, whether it's AES for the word C. You can do any possibility as long as the word anagrams to a word. And there is another variant of that particular game where you're only allowed to use half of the board. And I've played that a couple of times, and let me tell you, it's totally crazy.
Yeah,
it's really crazy.
Yeah, so if you're Cecilia here, I mean, you could play a play like Ani just because you probably don't want any duplicate letters, and when you're holding a blank and 3 sets of duplicates, it makes your kind of decision-making process of what letters you want to get rid of pretty simple. So that can play in a few different spots. She could play it specifically underneath the X, making on and XI, which might be the last play on that half of the board before we use this other half.
Maybe.
But she's using the other half. Cool.
No. Beyonce was telling you to keep it to the left.
That's true. Yeah, in a box to the left, right? Specifically.
In a box, yeah. You got to box it in.
Yeah.
So I don't know if anyone gets that reference besides myself and Morris, but that was a reference to Beyonce. Just so we're clear. However, I mean, if she'd played the other ANI, Jason might have just played Cukes and Prions and just kept things on the left side. But now that that's over with, let's get to the real game.
That's true. Yeah, so
this is a cool play. I like this option. I wonder if there's anything else. Yeah, okay. Cukes, yeah, obviously I already spoke of Cukes. But Fauve, F-A-U-V-E, that was, she was looking at before trying Kiev's, the plural of a city in Ukraine, also a word in the International Dictionary.
yes.
Fauve is really interesting because if you play that, most of the consonants you draw after that will be able to score a lot of points, where he was trying to play Kiev's and where he can currently play Cukes. Just ICKS, that pattern is so strong, not only for a 5-letter word, but also for bingos. And look at that. He draws the blank, and he's probably going to be able to
Rickshaw, yeah.
Rickshaw, Akrasic, I'm seeing.
Yeah.
A-K-R-A-S, I see. But hey, it's Cecilia's turn to bingo before.
Yeah, so she finds the really nice play of Gainsay. I only saw anti-gay, but Gainsay is more defensive and scores more, so really nice idea here. And this will give her an over 100-point lead. But Jason, yeah, if he plays Ricks here, keeping a blank, he's definitely not out of it, or Rax for that matter. I'm not sure. I would be looking at the distribution of A's and I's before making that, just to make sure that. So look, as there's no more I's left.
Rain Stick? Oh my god.
Rain Stick and Air Sick. Wow, that scores a bunch. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure that's necessarily better than
Air Sick. Okay, so these are where these plays play. Like Rain Stick through the IN, Chile, and Ani making gainsays, which is crazy. And Air Sick just next to gainsays, making NASIAR, and Haze. Those are all both 91-point options here. But yeah, like the idea you're mentioning, just scoring 56 and hoping to get that bingo next turn is extremely valuable here, considering the board. It's very hard for Cecilia to deal with both that C and that R that Rix is about to open into space. So that's a very valuable option here. I was happy with a Krasik.
I think this wins more than those bingos, just because if you only score 90, only scoring 91 sounds so crazy, but he was down by 120 points, so he would have needed a lot more to go right, whereas now he's only a bingo down. So if he does get this bingo, which is looking pretty good for next turn, I think acerated is a word, so he could play that, and he could have the lead, essentially. So I think that this is actually a really good idea, even though those others would definitely be flexes on camera.
Yeah, I mean, rain stick, like who would see that? And who would even, I mean, here you can just try it and it's a word. But in terms of common knowledge, I've never heard that before. Do you know what a rain stick is? Or do you have an idea?
Yeah, isn't it those sticks that like make the rain sound if you flip back and forth? I don't know if you've seen those before.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's what a rain stick is.
Yeah, it's a musical instrument.
Yeah,
you got me back for organist. There you go.
I didn't see the word though, so I just knew what it meant.
Just take the compliment.
Okay, I'll take the compliment. I'll take the cred. So meanwhile, Cecilia, given the bag, I mean, if Jason's holding the blank, yeah, she picked up the U and W, but she picked up 2 E's, and NMS are also pretty good. So she can definitely get rid of some of the clunkier tiles here, keep a good leave, and continue to, build up the score for her.
Yeah, Unmute is a bit insane, honestly. I don't think I would ever play that. But the reason I wouldn't play Unmute is because it just creates a big spot on above the E and W. So you're using the N in gainsay, and just creates a really big spot that Jason can use to score and open more of the board. But I mean, Quackle's liking it, which is really cool. I mean, it's because if you look at the pool, there's so much junk.
The Q specifically is big junk, and that's, I guess there are 2 U's, but if Jason plays acerated next turn, there's no. Oh no, I guess there's an eye off Oregon's. I missed that. I was gonna say this doesn't look like the best board to even play the Q, but that could change, and there is one spot that looks like it won't be hit. So I guess it isn't too much of a worry. But it looks like she might be favoring keeping the U for now. She's considering a few options, keeping the U on her rack. So maybe she is conscious of keeping the U. Yeah, and she's trying to block. It's not a bad idea.
It's ends up. I mean, it blocks Acerate. I don't know if he has anything else there, but that's very timely if that blocks everything. It obviously it at least obscures, from Cecilia's perspective, it at least obscures the R, blocks the I, and obscures the C. But yeah, I mean, if she knew that she had just blocked Jason's ticket back into the game, I mean, what a timely play.
Yeah, so if you're Jason here, you're just going to try to get rid of a few tiles, but you can't. You need to score a bit. Like, you're down by 77. You need to make sure a bingo, if you get it, is going to be enough. Now, it could be enough, especially if Cecilia is caught with the Q at the end, and he can somehow bingo out with her holding that. That would be the only way you can feel safe about not scoring that much this turn, but I think Cecilia is smart enough that she won't let that happen.
Yeah, now while Quackle's telling us deck air, do that C, that might be the best play here. It scores well. It opens the board up a little bit. You can then hook like an S, but that's a weird idea, honestly. I don't know if I would play that, and considering what is unseen in this game. I mean, you could just draw a Q, or you could draw a U, and Hayer, I think, is a way more human option, opening more of the board, scoring well, and just biding your time. And now Cecilia has a tough decision here between maybe trying to get rid of her clunky tiles or just trying to score her way to victory here. But there's musted being proposed.
I mean, so there's 7 tiles in the bag, so that would leave 1 in the bag, which is a good idea. And it scores so much.
It plays above the E in wine, hitting that triple word score for 34 points. So that looks
and it also
good,
plays
actually.
with Hayer. It makes Hayers and Musted for 4 less.
Mm-hmm.
So either could be an option.
Yeah, I would say that it's interesting playing it with Hayers. Blocks probably doesn't create such a big threat with that D on the top right corner that Musted and ME would create. But on the other hand, there's still a possibility of Jason playing from that R and Rix. So it's interesting. It's an interesting evaluation to make. How valuable is playing Musted here? More likely, Jason's not going to be able to get something versus playing it, putting that S out there, not only that D out there. It's very interesting.
Yeah, I might play Mused even. I think, I mean, I need to look at both for a bit, but
I would probably never play Mused because
okay,
it just allows Jason one more turn to fish.
That's fair. Yeah.
Either way, you might not want to keep a U here, but it's actually really good to keep a U just for that Q safety.
Yeah. So it looks like she's doing the more Josh approved option of Musted, and she takes an 85-point lead. Let's see what she draws. So she does draw the Q, and she has the QI spot off the I in Oregon's, but I'm not sure she has another play. I didn't get a good look at her tiles. So let's think about, from Jason's perspective, what ways he can think about trying to win here.
I think he only has one choice. There's no bingo here. He has to just play one tile and hope his bingo is going to win.
So the question is, what tile is that?
You play the A, excuse me, for 15 points, making Axe and AL. You see the play of Oxic and Piley. That scores 15 points. That makes the game a 70-point game. That probably gives him his best chance. But it's going to be really difficult because it's Cecilia's turn, and she knows exactly what Jason's going to have, and she can calculate the maximum score he can get, and probably decide to block anything he might have.
Yeah, so he does go for that, and you saw Quackle gives that a 2.5% chance to win. Weirdly, even though Cecilia didn't pick up a vowel, that was actually a pretty good draw for her because Jason didn't want another vowel from his perspective. So sometimes when things look unfortunate, they can be very fortunate in Scrabble. But yeah, I think this should be a locked up game for Cecilia, if I had to guess.
But yeah, it's not trivial. I mean, she has a minute just to try and make sure as possible that Jason doesn't have something. And if she goes over time, the pressure is going to be even worse. Luckily, we know from where we are that Jason doesn't seem to have something. Maybe the chat sees something I don't see, but she's feeling the pressure here for sure. There is a possibility that she's missing something, and she just wants to make it sure as possible that she's winning this game.
Yeah.
She doesn't really have anything that does an adequate job of blocking. So she might actually elect to go overtime here. She's putting Took down. Let's see if she commits to it. But she might decide it's worth losing some points here to be more sure that Jason doesn't have something. But yeah, the time pressure is very large here, for sure. And she plays two, which is a winning play. But she's definitely gulping. I can see he might have something.
Yeah, so we might see some attempts come down for a bit here while Jason's thinking about potential bingos that don't exist. Just a reminder, if you want to download Scrabble Go, you can just use the QR code at the bottom of your screen. That's the bottom right. Just put up your phone there, and scan it, and it should get you to the download page. This is the North American Scrabble Players Association is running this event. If you are interested in learning more about our organization, please go to scrabble.zone/info. That is scrabble.zone/info to learn more about the tournament scene. Maybe you can make all the cool plays next time instead of these players, but we'd love to see you be a part of it. Remember to like and subscribe to the channel too.
There was a mention in the chat about how it's possible for Jason's play to win 2.5%. We were seeing the winning chances of the play of AXAL, and that is correct. There is no mathematical way that that's possible. You either win 0 out of 8, 1 out of 8, or up to 8 out of 8. If you have a proper simulation. I think it was just that they were using the wrong setting in the simulation. So that's a very keen catch there by Andy, co-commentator. So yeah, that's for you math people out there, that was a mistake.
So right now, Jason looks like he is considering age. He's probably trying footage or something.
Something. And that would score, if there's a possible word there, which we know there isn't, score 72 points. That would bring him to 390, and he would get 14 points from Cecilia's rack and would win by 1 point. So obviously, he has to make 100% sure in his next 2 minutes, 35 seconds that there is no word there that would win by 1 point. Because that would be heartbreaking to miss.
Yeah, and he's now going to try rootage. Yeah.
In any case, what is this? What do you make of this now? It's
3-1.
3-1 looks like for Cecilia. So Jason has to go 4 and
3-0.
3-0. Excuse me.
Yes.
I was still thinking about that tie, I think.
Oh, got it. Yeah. I mean, we saw him get 3 in a row in the first match, so it's within reach. We've seen it happen. But he'll need to draw a bit better for sure. We've seen him exchange much more often in the last broadcast, and that can definitely slow you down. And we just saw when he's exchanged, Cecilia's been solid and made 30, 40-point plays. And if you do that enough, that adds up to a bingo. If you do that twice, 2 35-point plays is 70 points that you're not responding back with. So I'd look for the exchanges. If he can avoid that a bit more, then he'll be in better shape.
Yeah, sometimes when you just have all these letters you don't like, you just want to get rid of them. These players have learned time and time again that they just need to look and just make sure they're not missing something. Make sure that it's not their feelings taking control over their decision making. So it's mentioned. I was mentioned in the chat. If you go over time, you can see the clocks on the bottom right and bottom left, respectively, of the players' webcams. If you go over time, you lose 10 points per minute. So if you're over by 1 minute and 15 seconds, that means you lose 20 points. So that's obviously not something you ever want to do. Cecilia won't have time here to make her play before going over. So she'll finish with 4 seconds under a minute. 4 seconds under 0, and will lose 10 points. But luckily, it did not matter here. And
yeah, she still gets the win. So Cecilia is up 3-1 now. Could be one more game left. We'll see how Jason tries to claw his way back here, but we're looking at a minimum of one more game, possibly 2, possibly 3 more. Anyways, we are going to take a short break, but remember to like and subscribe to the channel. We will see you in a few.
Hi, my name is Lori Cohen, and I'm from Tempe, Arizona. And my tip for improving your play is to focus on scoring more than defense. Look for the hot spots like the double and triple word scores, and try to score as much as you can. And don't worry so much about blocking your opponent from scoring, especially when you're behind. So keep the board open and keep the scoring going.
Hi. My name is Cesar Del Solar. I'm from Montclair, New Jersey, and one tip that I have for improving your Scrabble game is to study your 2-letter words. They can improve your average score by at least 50 points.
I'm Jason Keller from Princeton, New Jersey, and my tip for improving your game is to not be afraid of exchanging tiles if your rack is terrible.
I'm Cecilia Lee. I'm from San Francisco, California, and my tip for improving your game is to make it fun instead of work. And so pick something that you're interested in. You don't need to learn the entire dictionary. Maybe pick all of the 8-letter words ending in A. Pick a few quirky things like that, and soon you'll be improving before you know it.
My name is Lisa Odom. I'm from St. Louis Park, Minnesota. As far as for tips for improving the game, one thing that I use for myself is a mantra. The mantra is love, and it stands for look, overlook, verify, and evaluate. Look, meaning try to see every area of the board. Overlook, meaning you think you've looked, look again. Verify, make sure when you add up the points that you know what you think the score is, what is the score, and then evaluate, is it really the best play?
I'm Austin Shen. I'm from New Orleans, Louisiana, and my best tip for winning Scrabble is to keep scoring, because scoring never stops.
My name is Jackson Smiley. I'm from Toronto, Ontario, and one of the best ways to improve your game is to read an online or printed resource about Scrabble strategy. And one of my favorites is the book Breaking the Game by Scrabble Grandmaster Kenji Matsumoto.
I'm Eric Tran from Calgary, Alberta, and if you want to get better at Scrabble, I would suggest meeting as many other Scrabble players as you can and just playing with them and talking with them and discussing Scrabble with them. So one good way to do that would be to look up your local Scrabble club and join a Scrabble club and find people there.
He said he should play Vow, and that's indeed what Jackson should play here. That's not necessarily, but it's a crazy, crazy cool move because he holds the only remaining hook tile to that word, and this turn or next, doesn't matter too much. He can, oh my god.
He's doing it. He's going for Vow. Jackson, disgusting, man. How does he find these plays? All of this is just such crazily good tactical Scrabble. And so Lori picked up Exclaim as her draw after Kerf. So we're going to see 2 bingos in a row here because she did leave a bingo lane off of the F in Kerf. I haven't had a chance to look if she has any other bingos or just really high scoring plays.
Exclaims and climaxes.
It looks like Lori's playing Exclaim now. Yeah, and I see another bingo. Austin could have awninged through the G.
Ooh. I love that
Ish.
word.
So we'll see if he actually can see that, but that will be a huge turning point.
Oh, I think he's found it. Yeah, look at that.
Yep.
I mean, these players are they're just phenomenal. I mean, come on.
Yeah, so awnings means that's the third bingo in a row, and they're just throwing punches back at each other. It's like a great boxing match.
Hey, this is Cooper, and I'm here to tell you about hooks. A hook is a letter that can be added onto the front or back of a word to form a new word. Hooks allow you to play multiple words at a time and score more points. So make sure you scan the board so that you don't miss any tricky hooks.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the second half of tonight's match. Cecilia took a 3-1 lead after her last game, and so Jason will need to win 3 consecutive games to move on from the semifinals to the finals here. Cecilia, meanwhile, just needs one more to clinch that victory. Josh, what was sort of your impression so far?
Beautiful plays by everyone. Yeah, Cecilia's doing really well. Her game plan, whatever it is working out tremendously. And for Jason, this is the hardest spot he's going to be in. If he manages to win this next game, it'll be easier from there. But he really needs to put 100% of his focus onto this game.
Yeah, we've seen great bingos. We've seen words like verbiage, which should describe all our words in this broadcast. But let's hope for more of that sort of scoring. It looks like the players could be ready in a few. So just one plug. Remember to like and subscribe the NASPA YouTube channel for this content and even more. So let's go to the players now. So Jason starts off with ADEGHII. Probably want to get rid of one of those I's this turn. I know Josh is looking to get rid of the E. Would you just play GI there, Josh, or is that too little?
You said I was looking to get rid of the E.
I said G. Oh, did my audio cut out?
That's what happened. Yeah, GHI I think is the play here. It's not great. But if he draws a couple consonants after GHI, that's great. So he's trying Heidage, I think, which is not valid in our dictionary, but it is in the international. As we have mentioned multiple times before, Jason plays in both the North American dictionary and the international dictionary. So a lot of the words he has tried thus far and might continue to try are valid in that lexicon, but not in this one. So now that he knows that that's out of the way, I think GHI is what he will do. He might do Ahi. I don't know. Would you do Ahi AHI instead?
I think I would do GHI over Ahi. I think GI is even worth considering here. Maybe I'm crazy, but keeping the H, I don't know. It doesn't seem that much worse to me. It scores 8 fewer points, I acknowledge that, but
that's okay. As long as you're playing the G, hashtag get rid of the G team.
Yeah.
So looks like he's thinking about it. The only tweak I would make is I would play it vertically, obviously.
Yeah, so our only vertical player left is Jackson Smiley, who you will see tomorrow night. So I'm wondering if Josh will root for if Josh will root for Jackson tomorrow. He'll also root for Josh. We're all rooting for Josh. Team Josh.
Yeah.
Oh, and actually, a good point from our producer. He just relayed that is tomorrow during the day. The games tomorrow start at 1 p.m. Eastern. So remember to start coming in during the day rather than tomorrow night. You might see a game or two tomorrow night, but you'll see a lot more during the day for sure.
So interestingly, Jason doesn't content himself with a 3-letter play here. He wants to play a couple more tiles, and he wants to keep that H. The H is a nice tile for scoring. It's a good vowel eating tile. You can make a lot of plays with many vowels. The most often played one is OHIA, Ohia. You see that in so many games. It might be once every 2 games that I see the word Ohia played. Maybe that's a bit much, but it's a very, very useful word. So guide instead of GHI to keep that H for scoring next turn. Cecilia is trying EE here, which she probably just didn't notice. She can play MEOU or MOUE, handy anagram pair. What do you think, Morris?
Yeah, for a minute there, I thought one of those O's with a Q, so I'm like, why isn't she thinking about mosque? But yeah, those 2 plays look very good. Either one I think it's better to do the one it looks like she's opting for now, just because there are fewer tiles that go under the U than under the E, and that's going to be a really key spot for the triple. So Jason actually has one of those tiles.
All part of Jason's plan. The H is a great scoring tile, and in situations like these, where your opponent makes a spot for a few tiles, and you happen to have that tile, you're definitely patting yourself on the back. So we're seeing Hoya here. He could also play Haya or Haya, maybe. I think it's Haya. I think it's pronounced Haya.
Yeah, like Haya. Yeah.
Oh, hi.
Yeah. Haya.
Hey. But Hoya, keeping the ITE, probably the best option here, and played very quickly by Jason. And now it's Cecilia's turn. Somewhat likable tiles.
Yeah, she's getting close to bingo-ish tiles. She could play Moa directly underneath the O, Y, and A of Hoya, making Yo, and AA. AA is a kind of lava, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
And so that looks really good to me. Is there anything else sticking out to you, Josh?
That looks like a great play. This might be just me knowing what Jason has aligned on his rack. But EM, oh, she's even putting it down, is a decent option to score points. The problem with that is keeps 2 A's, keeps an O, playing Moa for slightly fewer points underneath Hoya, or even Mayo to set up a nice spot for the S. Have very superior leaves to just playing EM. But for a brief moment there, she might have had the presciency to block Jason's next play, which obviously you never know where your opponent's going to play. But the hot spots, as we call them, spots on the board where there are nice triple squares, double squares, bonus squares, those are the ones that these players are always looking at, not only for themselves, but for their opponents, trying to judge how many points can I get by preventing my opponent from scoring here.
Yeah, and so just to let you know, if you didn't see the word, Jason has Zineb as a word, Zineb. It would have the Z and the B hit triple letter scores, and the B would hit it twice because it would also make bed off of the E from meow and the D from guide. Or guide. I'm never sure how to pronounce that. So she does elect for Moa, which looks pretty good. And so Jason wastes no time and will play Zineb now. Oh, he must be trying something else in between, but
yeah, if he could sextuple that Z with the Z spot, that would be obviously the Z spot. I thought I was saying Z because I'm Canadian, but I'm saying Z because that's the word involved. But
right.
59 points is nothing to choke over, and that's a great play, and he's already ahead by almost by 81 points.
Yeah, that's exactly what he needs, being down 3-1 to get him in the right headspace for this game. A big play like that definitely gives a level of comfort.
Oh, Morris will be right back. But he was saying making a play like that, if I can paraphrase, gives a player a lot of comfort in that you didn't even have to play a bingo and you're already ahead by 80 points. Was that what you're going to say along those lines, Morris?
Yeah, exactly.
I guess I don't even need you.
Yeah, apparently, apparently the kind of software that's portraying me right now is saying the same thing, so...
However, it's now Cecilia's turn, and she has an almost bingo rack. We love keeping AEI LRS on our leave, and she's probably going to just play her U here. That's a very strong option. She can play U, which is the homophone of the letter U. YO is on the board. She can put her U there. That's what I meant. And U takes an S hook for U's. It takes an R hook for your. We all know that one. And that would be a great option. She could also play Bedu, B-E-D-U. However, Bedu does not take an S. So it would be smarter to play YOU, especially.
Well, she can even play EMEU is also a word.
Oh, hello. Hello to that. Yeah, there's sometimes some really weird spots. Even putting a U on YO to me appears sort of difficult to notice. It's just not an obvious thing. One time I won a game just because I was trying. I was just trying to make sure that my opponent would miss that, and I was misdirecting her with all of my plays just so that I could get that bingo making YOU when YO was on the board. And for some reason, it just did not click. It's such a normal word, but she sees it and she decides she's going to play un instead.
It's a riskier play, but no, I really like it because already gives her an S hook for bingos, and so this gives a lane on the completely other side of the board. So it would be impossible for Jason to block all bingo spots, which if she's keeping a leave like Sailor, she's going to have a 7-letter bingo so often that it's really wise to give yourself a guaranteed spot for next turn. So I love the logic, even though it's fewer points.
Yeah, it's a great decision, a very heads up play by Cecilia. Not only does it do those things, making sure your bingo is going to play, but also it blocks some possibilities of playing down to the end, which might score a lot of points for Jason. So we like this decision. I think Quackle would prefer the points, but Quackle is not human, and Jason might adjust his play after a one-tile play to block more.
So with that, Cecilia is going to put down Railers, and she will still be behind, but will be a lot closer after this. So she needs to hope she gets the right letters. One thing I'd be thinking about is what are the front hooks to Railers here? So I know it takes a T. Are there any other front hooks that you see, Josh?
I don't see. I don't see another hook. Frailer is good by itself, but looks like Jason's going to try Wellest here.
Yeah, I need to think about if that was good or not.
Yeah, I actually thought it was good, but it's not Swell. I think Swellest is good, but not Wellest.
Yeah,
so he's confused.
Like that's the kind of word in a real game. If my opponent played it, I would need to think for a while if that's good or not, and I could easily just let it go because I just wouldn't be sure.
Yeah, so luckily, once again, we'll be mentioning in Scrabble GO, all of your plays are checked before you're able to play them, before your opponent can see them, and therefore you're unable to play any phony words, despite how unphony they might look, such as the word Wellest.
Yeah, so, and it's also if you really are confident it's a word, like we think Jason was given his facial reaction after, it's really hard to move on from that and get in the right headspace for what is the best move I can do this turn, just because you keep thinking, well, Wellest should be a word. Why isn't it a word? And then you spend too much time on that and then think, oh, I just need to make a play. And you didn't have time to analyze all of the nuances that you normally analyze. And that's often where mistakes are made.
Yeah, no, definitely the psychological aspect is huge here. And honestly, there isn't. It looks like there's a decent amount of options for Jason, but every time I look at something, I'm like, wait, that makes WA. That's not a word. Oh, wait, that makes IL. That's not a word. So he's looking at TW. And that just goes to show there really isn't much here in this position. You want to get rid of one of the L's, but the only way to do that is to play WEEL, which is
that's the play I like, and
WELL as well is also an option. And that's fair. And I guess he's still stuck on that Wellest. He wants to play at least a version of that word, and he draws a blank, which is huge. He's already ahead, and this is exactly what he needs. to stay in this series. And Cecilia, beautiful find.
Yeah.
Very, very quickly. This very obscure 5-letter word of fight, putting the Y on well for welly. Definitely the play here.
Yeah, funny enough, I saw fight and I need to think, does well take the Y? And in a tournament, I feel like that would be the part I would just miss. And I feel like that often happens in Scrabble where like the more common word, I need to actually think about, is this actually a real word or is this just something that looks like it should be a word? So, but beautiful find both ways, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. And welly being short for Wellington, which is a boot. It's also a Nigerian Scrabble champion. If anybody knows of Wellington Jiggery, shout out to him. He won the World Scrabble Championship a few years back and made his country proud.
Yeah, that country really loves its Scrabble. There's a lot of great stories about Nigeria and their Scrabble scene. Look them up online. It's just a really incredible story. And so, Jason, Sentinel is the top scoring play through the second L in welly, making F, meaning the letter F. But he might see something instead that plays through the R and the A in railers, or maybe the I and the A in Vigia, if he doesn't see Sentinel.
Yeah, so he definitely has options here. When you have a blank and you have such a nice rack, you really want to take your time so that you don't miss something, because there's just so much to consider. If I go into my my app here that looks up words, there's a bingo. There's a 7-letter word with ACDHILMNRSUVXY. So that already finding all of those words is a hefty task, and then finding words that fit through letters on the board or where they fit on the board. I mean, you can never hope to do everything with this rack. So at some point, you probably just have to figure out a play that you like and just make it.
Yeah, I liked actually the option he started putting down of Thanes, Theines, just because that doesn't really give that much back, and it gives him time to start grooming his rack again after this play, where if Cecilia makes a bingo at the bottom part of the board, which is going to be the part that remains open after a bingo like that, he'll be able to counteract that. Whereas if he plays at the bottom part of the board now and then Cecilia bingos now, he might not be able to do anything right away. So I like going here first and then letting the bottom part of the board unfold in a more slow way that could allow him to pounce at the right time. This part of the board, though, is already less conducive to bingos in the future just because there's already plays like Hoya and Moa, which obstruct 8 possibilities. So I like this idea he's doing here.
Yeah, definitely a nice analysis there, Morris. There's a lot to be said about these little details of, hey, let me just keep things as they are and see how you respond, seeing as that many of your responses will give me stuff. So
this is actually a huge turning point because Cecilia is laying down desk, and that blocks Jason's possibility for FedEx through the E there, which would have been a ton of points. So
that would have been humongous. So yeah, I mean, it's obviously from Jason's perspective, she's likely to play there, but he was probably just holding out hope. But once again, you have to look for plan B options, especially when you only have 20 minutes per side. You can't just cling to one play that you really want to make. If you want to make that play, great. Just wait and look for other options if that play is blocked.
Yeah, and actually, there aren't really that many good spots for the X on this board now that FedEx is blocked. So he could make a play like Fix or Fixed with a T through the I in Thanes. And he might be doing that now.
Yeah, it's not not ideal. Again, keeping duplicate letters, definitely not ideal. But Jason's ahead here. He's not too worried. He wants to block that D. Wants to block the D in desk because that's by far the biggest threat for Cecilia to come back. So he plays fix instead of fix, taking 2 fewer points to keep that T, maybe solidify that rack a little bit more.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like with a lead here, I think this looks pretty good. The play I would naturally make is frit, but I think fix definitely has merit when you're up. Just because it really doesn't give anything back on that side of the board, and it'll be really hard for Cecilia to open that part of the board at all.
Absolutely, and once again, Cecilia finding the top play very, very fast, and she's getting rewarded. She draws a blank. Definitely what she wanted to see here, being down 50 points.
Yeah, and so she could have baptized to the R in Railers, making Ray the musical note. So that could come down next turn if Jason doesn't go in that area. But this board doesn't have that many good bingoing options. I mean, Cecilia did just create a spot for her T. The other F was already played by Jason on the previous turn, so only T's can go there, or I guess blanks at this point.
You're talking about OF, right?
Yes, good point. OF making oft or off are the two extensions there. But it looks like Jason, this is actually a really beautiful idea. He's going to block both lanes by playing Teared. That's a really creative idea. I love it.
That's great.
If you're up by 48, yeah, why not? What a cool idea.
Yeah, that definitely hampers Cecilia's original plan. Now she has to see if she might have something with the E or the D.
Yeah, BPist isn't a word, right?
Mm-mm.
Yeah. So, man, that's a really cool idea. I love that by Jason.
And yeah, now Cecilia is like, wow, what happened to this board? That D, that Z, those are just making it really difficult for the top left of the board to be reopened. She might have to opt for some other play on the bottom left to try and open things. But she could also just play PISTE, hooking the S on fight. That's 36 points. She's only down 35 after that, and or 34, excuse me. And it creates a spot also for an 8-letter word ending in E. So I would probably make that play.
Yeah, this is a tough position. This could really dictate how the rest of this game goes. I mean, if you're down by 70 points here, you don't have a lot of margin for error. And so you really need to be cautious. This is really tough. Like, I'm trying to even think how you can even open this side of the board at this point. And it's really tough. I don't see a good way to do it. And I actually am not the biggest fan of this play of hers. Well, actually, I need to think about it a bit just because it looks like the kind of play that Jason could block easily and make it hard for her to try to even make another lane after that. But given the contents of the bag, that might not be the case. Just because ER, which would be one of the 2-letter words she creates with that, doesn't make a lot of 3-letter words. FER, HER, and PER are good. I think those are the only 3. And both Fs have been played now. So there's only one P and one H. Oh, and I guess S is the other letter. And so there are only 3 tiles in the bag that could definitively block that spot by just playing an F or PER. Actually, PER doesn't even block it because that takes an A front hook. So it looks like just the A or the H, and the S actually gives you user. So maybe just the H can really block that spot. So it might not look as bad as what I thought at first. I don't know. What are your thoughts there, Josh?
Yeah, I mean, as you can see from that analysis by Morris, there's way more to consider than meets the eye to this position, which is why I would be way more comfortable just just playing PISC, which is obviously easy enough for Jason to block that E that the PISTE and FYTTES spot creates, but she still has that outside chance of playing through the E or the D and teared. So that's what I might do instead. But she decides on bet, which is I guess she's going all in on that spot.
I think it's really cool because it is hard to definitively block that in a natural way. There are a few tiles that can actually go on that double letter score to make just a 3-letter word. You can play through it, but then you risk the possibility of creating 8s for Cecilia. So it looks like Jason's now thinking about cover here, perhaps. And she, I think, would have bingos there. I didn't get a good look of her tiles. Did she have Perilous Blank? Was that her letters?
Yeah.
She would have Perilous for the O.
So if Jason gives her any vowel, basically in almost any position, she'll have something playable. So cover would do that, and so something like voted instead through the T and the E might be a better option for Jason, just to expose one fewer tile, also expose it on a less dangerous area of the board. As you can see, the V is already taking up that bonus square, that double word square. So if she does happen to have something with that V, it's not going to score that well.
Yeah, I think the one potential issue of that is BA can take some front hooks, so it can take an O or an A, and now it is a bit tougher to block that. Just because there are fewer words you can even now play through ER. So
now Cecilia can open another part of the board, and then Jason will have 2 spots of the board to deal with. So it's really tricky. It's really tricky here, and she does have options through the V, as we can see: slip over, pre-lives, play. But they only score 63 points. She'll still be behind, and she'll have opened really nice spot for Jason to come back with. So that's why I voted. I really like that spot. Most of the time, you're blocking things that really change the game.
Yeah, so she's going to play pre-lives, and I think this is the right idea here, just because she's sunk if Jason does block their next turn. She's not in a great position here, being down 7 and not having the tempo of getting the first move. But I think this is kind of what she needs to do here, and then just hope for the best.
Yeah, almost tying the game up. And I was about to say, what she really wants here is to draw that last S, and she has drawn it, which is very important here. The S can be used again to hook FYTTE. As we see, Jason's gonna play Japer for 45 points, so she's gonna be down 50 again, and that S is gonna be really useful for scoring down the line.
Yeah, and Jason just drew the Q too. That can put a damper on things pretty quickly. Yeah, and she has the U. I guess, would it be worth it to block the I off of Vigia and somehow, like, just plop one tile there? If you're close to a bingo, especially, I don't know if there's anything with the bag if you're one tile off.
No, I think you really just have to take points here with Gosh or Gush.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Gosh, because you're not keeping duplicate O's, so that's through the S and pre-lives. For anybody watching, it scores 36 points. You might want to keep the U over the 2 O's, not only because we don't like duplicates, we'll mention it over and over again, but also because that Q is still out, and if she draws it, she has SUQ, which is a really fun 3-letter word. She can play that for 48 points with FYTTE. So honestly, it's in her interest after Gosh to draw the Q. She doesn't know Jason already has it, but that's just one of the many ways she can claw back into this game.
Yeah, so it looks like she plays Gosh now, and if you're Jason, I'm guessing QI is going to come down pretty quickly here. You don't want to have to think about the Q too much. I guess you might look at the contents of the bag to make sure there are no bingos through the E or the A in Japer. But after that, I think you will pretty quickly play QI.
Yeah, the score is probably too close to afford any fancy defensive plays because Japer did indeed open a spot to play to an E, an 8-letter word. But Jason's only had 16 points at this point, so he needs to focus on scoring and getting rid of his Q here. So I think just dropping it for 21 points, that's the play here. But it looks like he's not doing that. He's considering biting the bullet here and keeping the Q on his rack. That's really interesting.
Yeah, I guess he maybe likes the idea of leaving one tile in the bag by playing Crane. But man, that bag is not too friendly to him. I guess the U is actually a good tile for him. So maybe he's hoping for the U, but with the W and stuff, if he has the W and the Q, that would really slow him down.
Yeah, and at least maybe playing Nance instead of Crane to give another spot for QI if he draws an I, making IN might be a better option. But he decides to play QI. We like this play.
Yeah.
And now it's up to Cecilia. There's 4 tiles in the bag, and she really needs to start thinking, what can I do here to steal this?
Yeah, and so I was looking at the bag from even Jason's perspective there. There were very few bingos even available to the I saw Sapa 9, but I think there wasn't really anything. So it just makes so much sense there.
Yeah, now look at what Cecilia is seeing. She's seeing 3 A's, 2 C's, 2 I's, 2 N's. Really nothing great. And if she wanted to, she could play OWN under the TE in fight and give Jason a really hard time unless he has a 6-letter word hooking the T and the O, because EW, it only takes an E and there are no E's left. So Cecilia doing that when she's putting it down, that might be really key here.
So what bingos could she get from that, I guess?
I don't know about bingos. All I know is that she's going ahead. Not going ahead, but she's scoring 24 points. Excuse me. Scoring 24 points. She'll only be down by 13 points. There's still a tile in the bag, so she'll have what we call tempo in the end game to maybe go out before her opponent. And it's very interesting if she does this.
Do you see Quackle's top option, though? Because Quackle's looking down off of the D in terror, because W does not take an A, C, I, N, P, or R as a back hook, whereas it does take an O. So it would have been setting up an insane spot for her.
Yeah, the O and the U go right under the W and the N. Wow, that is really, really cool. Maybe not correct, but cool. Quackle likes it because it's just Jason has nothing there. Jason might choose, however, to block that spot because it's too costly for him to leave it open. But that would have been a really, really, really awesome play. Even more awesome than the play she just made, which is awesome in its own right.
Yeah.
But he sees Asenar, which is probably enough to win this game, unless there's some bingo here that I'm missing. But wow, what a tough end to this game. Like, so many things could have happened.
Yeah.
And now Jason has CN. I mean, let's not rule out Cecilia winning this.
So we will see the board after. So yeah, can he go out? I don't see any outplays for him right now.
The C and the N, so far I'm seeing nothing. So that was really interesting that the last tile was the C. That might have been a really key thing for Cecilia, because now
can he even play the C?
all she can hope to do is like, yes, catch him with that C. That's gonna subtract 3 points from his score at the end of the game. It's gonna give her 3 points. And all he has left to play with is an N, which he only has 2 minutes. Once again, this time situation is
But
crazy.
I think she's stuck. Like, I think she could play off tiles individually. Even.
Yeah, she can. I don't see anywhere for the C. She can play. Peon is being suggested. Peon.
Where
Next
would
to
that go?
desk, so making PE and OK. That scores 26 points already. She's only down 17. So yeah, she really needs to make a play quickly here, though, because if she's going to play only individual tiles after this high-scoring play of Peon, she's going to need the time to make the play. So it might come down to time here. Jason will have nowhere to go with his C. He'll have to play his N off, or at least, or even pass his turn. Maybe wait to see what Cecilia does.
Yeah, well, that just created a spot for her U, which is really key. I think there's no other spots for the U on this board for her, which is crazy. So I think, right? Like, there's no spots for the U, literally.
Yeah.
So
this might come down to this.
I guess she could play with the S. She could do U's or Sue through an E, but that scores so much less than playing just Un next turn and saving Znebs and So the turn after.
Okay, she makes the play, and look at this. Like, she's going to be able to play off her U for 2 points. She's going to be able to play off her S with Znebs and SO, and that has to be enough. After all,
I didn't see Own. She could play NU off of the N and Own at the bottom of the board.
Oh, true. Yes, NU. So. NU is a thing. Thanks for mentioning that, chat. I should have caught that. But yeah, if she plays in enough time, she has 38 seconds to make 4 plays maximum. If she's able to do that, she's going to win this game. And Jason must be like scratching his head, wondering, is there really nowhere to play my C? Was that really the last tile in the bag? Is this really what this is coming down to? And
if we could look at it from Jason's perspective, that'd be helpful here, just to sort of,
as we can see in the Quackle window, 0% win chances. That means there's no way for Jason to win this game unless Cecilia totally goes over time, misses her plays. So Jason is in really, really big trouble, and this could spell disaster for him.
Yeah, this is crazy. I mean, we thought Jason had this game for a while, and like, even though play like down looked really cool, we thought, well, it's so tough to see. You just play Own, hope Jason doesn't have something like Assinar. We didn't even think about C-stick possibilities.
Yeah, and there's the last tile in the bag. I think if he drew anything else, he wins this game. Unless there was some bingo that we weren't seeing again, but that's pretty crazy. You're gonna see Jason's expression. I mean, he's grinning now, but I don't know.
He's shocked.
Yeah, he's probably just like, how is this happening? Oh my gosh. Speaking of
I bet I'll try CONH through the O in voted and the H in gosh at some point. Yeah, just for fun.
Yeah, if CO were a word, he would be able to play as C. And if ICER were a word, after both.
Oh, is ICER not a word? I'm sorry.
No, it's a gun that I guess puts people to sleep. They use it in at least Marvel's Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. I don't want to plug anything here. It's a series I like to watch. But speaking of which, yeah, it's just Jason's 2 minutes, and as we know, there's nothing, but he must be just like desperately searching the board to see like what can I even do here, because he's ahead by 17 now, and he's going to be ahead by 20, 25, and he's grinning. He's trying what he can. He's going to be ahead by 25 after his play, but he knows that he's not going to be able to do anything for the next 4 turns unless Cecilia gives him a spot for the C. Let's see.
So
is there any way that she can do that?
So she needs to actually be careful here because she also doesn't want to leave herself with a tile. She wants Jason. She wants to get all 6 points from Jason. So there's only one spot, I think, for the eye if she plays off the other 3 tiles individually. So, and that's off of the N and peon. So she needs to make sure, unless I'm missing another spot for the eye, but I think in off of the N and peon is the only spot for her eye with just with only playing 1 tile. There might be more with playing 2.
But even so, if she plays off 2 of her tiles, she's still gonna win on score. She just plays Za, and she's already 5 points ahead of Jason. There's no way for her to lose now unless she goes overtime and is unable to play her tiles. So he's passing. She has to just make a play. He hasn't passed yet. But this is an insane finish. Like, could you even imagine? Asenar looked like a bomb play just to totally win the game. But you always have to be wary of the tiles that remain in the bag. If there's one of them, it's usually the Q that you're worried about. But the C, the V, they don't make any 2-letter words. They're extremely difficult to play in endgames. So unfortunately, I mean, this looks like the 1 in 8 chance of Jason losing this game after Asenar. And what an incredible victory by Cecilia. That is just insane. Congratulations.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say. That what a high level end game too, to just have the wherewithal and the time and the quickness to see all those plays in a row. It's just incredible. And Jason he's dumbfounded. He doesn't know what hit him.
Yeah, that's a crazy end game. So with that, Cecilia takes the win and goes up 4-1, clinching her to the finals that will occur on Sunday. It would be great. You can see the bracket now filled in with Cecilia. She will play one of Jackson Smiley and Austin Shin, who you will see tomorrow during the day, starting at 1 p.m. against a best of 7. We hope you can watch. But meanwhile, it would be great to get the exit interview analysis with our producer, Will Anderson, and the 2 players. I'm sure they'll have a lot to say about that end game.
Yeah, oh my gosh. Like I'm still dumbfounded. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to hearing from the players. Yeah, so, I want to know what they were thinking, because what an end game. Wow.
So they are ready now, so we will cut to Will and the players.
There we go. Okay, got my audio working. Wow, that was an incredible finish to that final game. Obviously, I have that up. It certainly looked to all of us like that game was in Jason's command, but that was just a brutal pick of the second C out of the bag. And Jason, we've all been in that situation before at this level where you feel like the game is in hand and you get that exact wrong tile out of the bag. That cannot have felt good. It seemed like you played really well that game. What were your thoughts?
You know, I mean, I don't know if it showed that I was kind of visibly frustrated about a couple of things.
I think you had every right to be.
And to just, especially just to have that, and especially also playing Collins where that C played in 2 spots.
Yes, I can relate to that as well as a frustration.
Yeah, and I felt like I mean the only thing is that, you know, that easy, the Theans rack and what I could do with that.
We liked your play of Theans there. There was nothing,
because I couldn't see anything until I just said, and it's just like, you know, like, and that, you know, I mean, it was, I mean, as I said, you know, I felt like in a lot of cases throughout, I mean, unfortunately the first game was easy. Then a lot, you know, it was kind of, you know, it was like, just, I mean, what am I going to do?
Yeah, both you and Cecilia played very, very well throughout. So Cecilia, towards the end of this game, it clearly dawned on you at some point after Jason's play of Asanar, very, very lovely play to block the lane that you just created. But at what point did it dawn on you that, oh, wow, I don't think he's got a spot to play his C, and I'm going to be able to pull this out as long as I quickly, time was an issue. Were you feeling that pressure from the clock? I was doing my best to not cheat either of you on any seconds of the clock because it seemed really, really tight towards the end. How were you feeling about that?
Yeah, well, first of all, great match, Jason. You played really well, and you just got so unfortunate there. So very well played. Asanar was beautiful. Yeah, I think that I realized pretty quickly, and I feel like, I often, I feel like this is always happening to me where I'm at time trouble at the end of the game and, sort of have something complicated to pull off. I know this wasn't a particularly hard stick. I think, it was, I was lucky that it wasn't very difficult.
I think with less than a minute on your clock, any stick can feel extremely difficult just because with the clock ticking, your brains get scrambled for sure. So that was really, really smooth under pressure to identify that possibility and find a lot of really your absolutely optimal plays in that situation to squeak ahead. In this game, this was a really, really interesting game on both sides. Jason, I have questions for both of you, but Jason, we loved your play of Teared. Do you want to talk us through your thought process on that move? We were very, very appreciative of that move.
Yeah, because especially just given, I forget what exactly the game score was at the time, but I knew that Cecilia was going to need a bingo in order to draw even. And so I noticed that with Railers making the tee, I know that was also a situation where I think a lot of players would try to go for a bingo. And there's something to that, but I also thought that Teared, really, especially with what was on the board, it limited bingos to through the D in the 6th position, making 8 letters. I also thought that if that gets, I can cover that potentially and really just shut that off and really make it hard for Cecilia, where maybe even she needs to even perhaps make an S hook up top to open it. And to open the other part of the board to make that work. So to me, that was
it's totally excellent reasoning.
Yep.
At that point, it definitely seemed like a play that was very much called for. We really liked that play, and your subsequent play, Cecilia, was really difficult on this turn of bet. Yeah. What were your thoughts on this play? We first saw you lay down pet, which obviously you're setting up your S hook for spa by doing that, but you're also opening yourself up to parallel plays that could close the board again. What were your thoughts on bet there? Talk us through that.
Well, I hate this happened, and I don't know if any of you guys guessed it, but I actually fat fingered the B. I intended to play pet, and when I saw,
oh no,
I didn't believe it.
Oh wow. Okay. Well, that's we admire your honesty on that. I would not have been honest about that. I would have tried to come up with a reasoning.
Oh no, I have no rationale.
Wow. Okay, so you had laid pet down and then picked it up to consider other options, and then meant to play the P but played the B instead.
Exactly.
Well, it still represents a threat to Jason. Obviously, the ba hook, you can put an A or an O in front of that, so Jason correctly felt compelled to block it, but clearly putting the P there to prevent A's from hooking in front and to set your S up, that would have been interesting. We also considered Piste there, P-I-S-T-E, hooking Fitz in the lower right corner, scoring pretty well. Another option, but obviously from there it worked out quite well for you.
I have to say I didn't consider Piste. That's a very nice play, and I was actually, it was incredibly dumb luck that I was actually able to bingo on the next turn after that mistake. So
so Jason had laid cover. Jason had laid down cover and changed it to the even more defensive voted, which definitely lowered Cecilia, your eventual bingo score pre lives, I think we would say. given that pre-live is not a word. So I guess, let's see. I guess the last thing to point out, a really, really interesting move that obviously things worked out very well for you, Cecilia, in this game, but a move that our engine that you're seeing on the screen right now pointed out was potentially, we did like your play of own. That looks like the exact sort of play that you need to do to get another threat on the board. But there was a very interesting play of simply down from the D of teared because you have the last hook of the W. So you could have played DOWN horizontally off of that D and made a really annoying spot for Jason to deal with. That must have escaped your notice, as I think it would have escaped practically everyone's notice. I certainly would not have thought of it without the aid of our engine Quackle, but just pointing that out. Do you think you might have played that had you seen that, or maybe you would stick with own to get a little bit better of a lane on the board?
That's a really down's a really interesting play. I think that I like it more than own. I was not optimistic when I played own. I was like, I need to make something happen for myself.
Yeah, we thought the same. Yeah, we thought much the same. So. Yeah,
down
sorry,
is
go ahead.
It's one of the that's a really nice play. One of the reasons why Scrabble is always interesting, and
yeah, there were several other plays like that. You guys even made several plays like that where we weren't sure if you were going to find these really creative plays, and both of you did that consistently, time after time. But of course, Cecilia ending this one on top, our first finalist, winning 3-1 over Jason. Guys, thank you so much for, or sorry, 4-1. Thank you. That's right. Over Jason. You guys both played really well and treated us to a great show. So really appreciate that. Any last thoughts about your match before I kick it back to the commentators, starting with Jason?
I mean, honestly, I was happy to be in this position. I'm really happy that we're helping out two great causes. Cecilia, best of luck in the finals. And yeah, you know what? It was funny. We were both saying that actually we kind of didn't miss Scrabble so much, but I think this was really good for both of us to get back in and play.
Yeah, again, Jason, awesome games. You played really well. Thank you, Will, the commentators, everyone else. Please, download Scrabble Go, contribute to these wonderful literacy causes. And I have to admit, I was not expecting to be playing on Sunday, so now I will have to go back and try to use Saturday.
Your calendar, yes. Clear that social calendar and wake up a little earlier than you would normally, maybe, for a weekend day. But anyway, thanks to you both for a wonderful show. I'm going to kick it back to the commentators now to take us out for today. And I will let them do their plugs, but just real quick, both Saturday and Sunday, we will be back at 1 p.m. Eastern with more action in this tournament. So I'm going to turn it back over to our commentators now. What did you think of that match, guys?
Thanks so much, Will. It was just, wow, what a great ending to that match. I mean, it leaves us basically speechless. It left Jason speechless. So tune in tomorrow at 1 p.m., as Will said, to see Austin Shin versus Jackson Smiley play. It should be a great match. We saw them both play excellently in their first round. Josh, what are you looking forward to in that match?
Well, once again, I mean, congratulations to Cecilia. Commiserations again to Jason. You played really well. That was definitely an unfortunate ending. I'm looking forward to tomorrow, something that we haven't seen, and that's what we're gonna get, because Scrabble is unpredictable. Scrabble is awesome, and I can't wait to see what you and Matt come up with in your commentary. I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, that is right. I forgot to mention I will be with Matt Canick tomorrow. You'll see Josh again on the finals day on Sunday. So we haven't said goodbye to Josh yet. Don't worry. But in the meantime, we should thank some of our people who work tirelessly behind the scenes to get the broadcast you've seen tonight and the past 4 nights. Obviously, thank you to Will Anderson, who you just saw interviewing the players, who was our lead producer, and our assistant producer, Christian K, for putting together an absolutely stunning product. right alongside them. Thank you to Josh Greenway. He's helped out a ton on sort of the visual look that you're seeing, so thank you to him as well. Thank you to Judy Cole and NASPA executive team for kind of doing a lot of the higher level stuff and helping onboard Scopely. Thank you to Scopely for generously donating $10,000 on behalf of the players in this tournament to our 2 charities. And as a reminder, those charities are the NASPA Foundation for Youth Literacy and Dolly Parton's Imagination Library. We could put some links in the chat if you want to donate now. And thank you to the 8 players. We've now seen all of you play. You've brought your A game. We're really excited to continue to see these last set of players finish out this tournament and crown our first ever Tournament of Champions winner. Thank you finally to the one and only Josh Sokol. I look forward to commentating with you again on Sunday. Any final words, Josh?
Thank you, Morris. I mean, you're the one that's commentating every single day, working tirelessly. Let's get some thanks for Morris in the chat. I look forward to watching tomorrow. And yeah, I'll be at the edge of my seat, that's for sure.
Well, see you at 1 p.m. tomorrow, everyone.